if you can hear us, please let us know. Give us a little wave or say hello or whatever. I don't care, whatever you want to do. If you could make sure that we are visible and I almost said legible. Audible. There we go. That's the one I wanted.
That's the word you were looking for. Hello to what is my Wednesday evening. I have had a very long day. I've been tapping like crazy on rules and editing, so it's going to be quite nice to just sit back and relax and discuss something much easier. The incredibly simple, definitely not convoluted politics of the Skaven.
Yeah, so it's been a day. My air conditioning and heater broke, and the guy came out and fixed it, and we were like, yay! And then I tried to tinker with it today to change something, and it broke again, so hooray.
No!
But it's all right, we're living. Luckily it's a relatively nice day out, so I just have windows open, but we'll live. In any event, so yeah, we're back finally at long last for the Wednesday night streams. We know it's been a hot minute, but we're finally here. And we're going to be talking a lot about the Council of 13, which will be super fun. So, okay, I want to go ahead and shoot this in the foot because I was literally just about to bring it up. So, will we be including the Shadow Council? No, because we know, so we don't know anything about them.
The
other
only
than they
real way
exist.
to do the Shadow Council would be to say, so, if we were making a Shadow Council,
Yeah.
this is how it would be comprised, and this is how we would work it all out, but that's not really what the stream is about. Today, we're very much discussing the very material Council of 13 down in Skaven Blight, where all the most powerful, inscrutable Skaven gather together and make decisions for all of Skavendom. It's going to be an interesting stream because it's a really mixed bag of different individuals that we have here, some of which are really well known, others of which have got about as much detail as, well, a blank piece of paper with a name written at the top. So yeah, this is going to be quite fun. I'm really quite looking forward to this one because it's a real mixed bag, but we can also guess at quite a lot, not just by their name or where they may come from, but also from where they sit in their position on the actual council itself.
Yeah, so the Mornington Crescent tied to the great best clan Moors with the great secret of basic, simple Skaven loyalty. We will, of course, be chatting about the clans around the characters as well, because it makes up a big part of why they have the seat that they do. So we will chat a fair bit about clan Moors and the rather There's one of the things that's really funny about the Warlord clans in particular that we'll get into is that different writers you can tell that they sit down and look at it and go, how am I supposed to make these clans different when they're really not that different? And it leads to a rather amusing amount of like kind of contradictory info. Or like multiple clans will be said like, oh, like this clan is the best at this, but so is this other clan. And so is this other clan. But then again, for the Skaven, that's not necessarily wrong that they would all claim to be the best at something. So in universe, it's kind of an accurate way to look at them.
And in fact, I think that's probably the first watchword that we're going to have as we proceed on going through the different examples of the peak Skavendom that we have before us. And that's that you've got to realize that the sources here are not just contradictory, they're often quite scant. So not only do we have writers, authors going in one direction for each individual novel, but we have games designers dropping completely different details in some of their games. And you'll often find some clan names popping up that apparently have been half destroyed in other examples elsewhere. That's just the nature of the Skaven. Generally speaking, just assume that all of these Skaven are exceedingly powerful. We'll just work from that base value, largely because, well, as we will discuss, they've done some things that no other Skaven have done. There's a reason they're on the Council of 13 today, and have been for the last 200 years plus.
Yeah, we'll do a very brief run through of the history of the Council of 13, like where the concept comes from and how it's evolved. And then we'll talk about the current members. But I'll get these last couple things out of the way, and then we'll hop into it. Trip Critic, sorry, Miss Goldfag stream. Do you think Beastmen would not hate Chaos Ogres as much, considering their society? Also, are ogres born stupid? Philosogre. So we kind of talk about this in the stream of that, ogres aren't really stupid. They're just different. They're only stupid if you try and measure them up by like a human's level of intelligence in like the things that humans are good at. But in leaning into the beastman side of things, I think it would depend, but you would find beast tribes that probably would not care about ogres running around near them or alongside them. It wouldn't be as common. Ogres don't tend to do super well in heavily dense forested environments that rely on like ambush warfare and stealth and traveling through the undergrowth and all that kind of stuff. That's not a great place for an ogre. They really struggle in that environment. So that's probably why you don't tend to see them together very much.
Yeah, broadly speaking, this is another example of if you made the Warhammer world a real place, in heavy quotation marks here, and you constructed the army lists as they would be in a real place, there would be ogres with the beastmen. Probably quite a bit, because ogres get in with everybody. They assimilate with almost every other species. Would Chaos Ogres be that would beastmen be bothered by Chaos Ogres? Not that much, particularly if they grew horns. Then they'd be well on side. That'd be great, because we all know how much the beastmen love a good horny fellow. So, broadly speaking, I don't think there'd be any difficulties here at all. But the point that the ogres are not natural arboreal creatures is absolutely pertinent. They don't run with the warherds particularly well if they're running purely on stealth. But if we're talking about some of the bigger warherds that turn into effectively giant chaos warbands, absolutely, there'd be ogres involved with those, almost certainly, at various points. Obviously, in some cases, there wouldn't be any. It's just they would be a part of the process. In the same way that the 4th edition of the Empire Army list had ogres as a standard troop selection because they were so often used as mercenaries, they almost certainly would be the same standard troop selection in the Chaos Army, and indeed in 4th edition they were.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Also, has Andy seen the trailer yet?
He has not. I intended to possibly stream about it last night. Time got well away from me. I was too busy working, so I have not watched it yet. I intend to watch it later, but not on this stream. I will probably do a quick stream at some point for 10-15 minutes when I do it and watch it. I have purposely blinded myself to it.
There you go. So keep a lookout on the LAWhammer channel for that. Lycor Gaming, was there a Skaven that almost became a Vermin Lord? Well, there are Skaven that have become Vermin Lords, so yes.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yep. All right. So the Council of 13. But so a lot of people are kind of vaguely familiar with the current one, the Lords of Decay, as they're also sometimes known. But their history goes back a really long way. Crazy far away, like before the Empire levels of long way. Of that, many of y'all are probably vaguely familiar because we've talked about in press teams and stuff like that, of the Doom of Kazvar and everything that happened with what would become Skaven Blight. But an important part of that story that I don't think we've actually talked about too much,
not really,
was the near destruction of Skaven Blight and the Skaven almost wiping themselves out because they're goofballs, with a little help from the Slan. But to make a long story very short, the Skaven, in typical Skaven fashion, built what we only vaguely know as a Doomsday engine, and it malfunctioned because Skaven. And also the Slan kind of adjusted the continents a little bit, which caused an earthquake right on the fault line where Skaven Blight is, and the machine blows up. And when it blows up, it nearly obliterates the Skaven from existence because they were all in one place. They were all in that one city. And after the aftermath of the explosion, it did have the upside of it like shattered a bunch of like insanely deep cracks into these long forgotten underground tunnels that like burrowed all over the world and yada, yada, yada. But in the aftermath, these 12 mysterious Grey Lords emerged from the Temple of the Horned Rat, and they told the Skaven a grand proclamation of that. The Great Horned Rat said they must disperse. They must scatter to the winds in every direction, up, down, left, and right. They must go everywhere, and they must spread and proliferate and be everywhere so that they could never again be potentially destroyed by a single incident. And so most of the Skaven leave. There are a couple, of course, that kind of stick around Skaven Blight. Notably, kind of the Grey Seers hold on to a great center of power there. And Clan Skarier eventually sets up shop in Skaven Blight. But this is the origin of a lot of the clans as they start to spread out and go to all sorts of different places. And this group, who are always, they're never named or anything. They're just known as the 12 Grey Lords. you could think of as the first Council of 13. But they are never mentioned to do anything ever again other than this one instance. So they either showed up, made a proclamation, and vanished, or they showed up and took over for a little bit and then just died later, which is probably likely because based on their description, they kind of sound like the first generation of Grey Seers, or something similar to it. Or maybe they were the first Grey Seers kind of mythologized a little bit by Skaven memory standards, because Skaven don't keep very good history.
Nor did they live long.
Yeah. But that was the first instance we see something similar to the Council of 13. After this, the Council of 13, as it's actually created, would go on to be the true original version, which was that the Skaven kind of, to them, 13 is a sacred number, and emulating either these 12 lords or just doing the math themselves, they made a council of 13, but you notice there's only 12 people on it because the 13th seat is reserved to the Great Horned Rat himself. He has a divine position on the council, and very conveniently doesn't say anything most of the time. So there's usually a Grey Seer in the often in that top seat who always claims to speak with the voice of the Horned Rat. So he'll give himself 2 votes sometimes. Though whether or not that actually will go over well with the rest of the council depends on the age you're looking at, because the Grey Seers have struggled from time to time. They haven't always been able to be seated in the top positions. But as time passes, you don't see a lot of mentions of the Council of 13 throughout most of history until we get to around the Black Plague. And the Black Plague...
you get quite a lot with Nagash.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
They make quite a lot of strong opposition to Nagash. I'd say broadly through this period of history, throughout the long early years of Skavendom, the Council of 13 absolutely takes control over the general idea of what it is to be Skaven, but the number of civil wars is significant because Skaven are very rarely politically stable. They're constantly backbiting and stabbing and hurting each other. And this council is supposed to provide some form of overarching stability to all of Skavendom, and it often doesn't. It isn't until something particularly dangerous to all Skaven rises that the council often works as one. And a clear example of that is the assassination of Nagash, which they orchestrated very successfully, but equally, a lot of their number probably suffered for this. But speaking in general terms, the Council of 13 at this point is a powerful body made of the most powerful Skaven in Skaven Blight, and is often changing from one group to another, although some of them stay on that council for a very, very long time, significantly longer than any normal Skaven could typically live. And that's largely because of one clan in particular, that's Clan Scryer, who are known for their geriatric abilities, in that they have managed to refine warpstone in a particular way that it can be pumped through a Skaven body and allow them to live far longer than normally possible. Meaning that Clan Scryer kind of corner the market in the "I'll keep you young, Mr. Skaven," until way later. Although almost until 2302, in fact.
Yes. Yeah, that would probably be one of the biggest, most successful inventions, funny enough, of Clan Scryer. It's not any of their war machines. It was the elixir of long life. Because not only does it make the Skaven live significantly longer, but it kind of keeps them in their prime. So it's like, but you need regular doses of it. Like most of the time we get to see a character that has it, it's literally like they'll have like a little apparatus on their back or something with it flowing into their veins constantly, keeping them that way. So Clan Scryer kind of has everybody on the hook for a long time, which could go a long way to explain why of all the clans
I think it's actually fair to say that all of the clans have the other clans on the hook.
True.
Because whether it's Clan Pestilence and their massive dominance, whether it's Clan Scryer and its massive dominance in a different area, and indeed we can go through our 4 primary clans and say that for each of them in their own individual ways, they all completely dominate the other in one area, meaning that none of them completely dominate overall because things could be taken from the others.
Yeah, and so like Andy said, they're still relatively, in a very grand way of looking at it, mortal. at this point. They do tend to die from time to time. And you do have the elixir of long life, and Graciers themselves are very naturally long-lived compared to regular Skaven. But we do see various members die. Like the Nagash incident happens, and we find out from Screech Vermin King's story that half the council dies just fighting Nagash, and the other half dies quickly afterwards because the Great Horned Rat starts plucking them all up for various things. But as they are changing membership, there is a couple of little rules that are known during this time period. For instance, that to get on the Council of 13, traditionally you have to show up, challenge someone that's already on it. They will have a duel, and whoever wins gets to take that place. If you want to see a lot of the council antics that showcases this, you can read the Black Plague trilogy, which has a lot of really, really fun show of the council at that time, which was quite a while ago. And like Andy said, a lot of ugly civil wars. Yeah, a lot of bad civil wars. Like when Clan Pestilence returned to the old world, that was a huge civil war. When the Black Plague kind of backfired and the Red Pox didn't do as well as that everyone was hoping, that caused another civil war. And there's been a lot of smaller ones. So the Council of 13's always been relatively unstable with different members coming and going. But even when they were all on there, outside of that one time with Nagash, they've virtually always been backstabbing each other and screwing each other over, and it's a mess. And then things changed, which is that after the Red Pox incident, things broke down bad enough where Skavendom just could not get on the same page. The Skaven fell into such bad infighting and such bad civil war that they could not progress for many, 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 many decades. And finally, now, depending on which source you read, different clans sense what's coming, but several different clans sense what's coming with Azavar Kul. They sense the rise of magic in the north, the rise of chaos, and that something big is about to happen around like 2301-ish. And this leads to the leader of the Graciers at the time, and someone who was a member of that council at the time, Seer Lord Kritislik, who we'll talk about in a bit, who was the big bad of the Graciers and has been for a really long time. Depending on some sources, he has been in that seat for a really long time. But he decides to conjure a ritual because there's so much magic and chaos is so much on the rise, so the veil between the ether and the material plane is thin. And he figures we could take advantage of this and we could do a big ritual and bring the Great Horned Rat into physical reality, even if it's just for a teeny tiny bit, which is a really batshit crazy plan that kind of shows a desperate power grab in a lot of ways because, oh boy, could that have gone wrong on like so many levels, but Skaven gonna be Skaven. Because I don't know of any races that are arrogant enough to actually try and bring their god into the physical plane, but Skaven be up there. And the nightmarish thing is that this succeeds. They send runners to all the clans and tell them, hey, show up because the Great Horned Rat's going to be here. And if you don't show up and he comes out, you're going to be in a shit ton of trouble. So you better all show up. And pretty much everyone does, or at least sends representatives to see what happens. And the ritual, surprisingly, goes off without a hitch, much to probably everybody's shock. And the Great Horned Rat, sure enough, he appears. He proceeds to eat like a whole bunch of the random Skaven that are here to view it. And after he eats several god-sized handfuls of Skaven, he leaves them a gift, which is that he drops the 13-sided black pillar, which is made of pure warpstone. And each side has 13 commandments about the laws of Skavendom, which, as you might expect, they are contradictory. A lot of them don't make any sense. And even the ones that don't make sense don't necessarily apply in ways that make sense, because the Great Horned Rat is nothing if not a treacherous and backstabbing entity himself, and encourages that in a lot of ways. And he basically tells them that anyone who is going to speak with his authority, is going to be on the Council of 13, must touch this pillar. And if he approves of the choice, he will fill them with his power. And if he doesn't, well, you'll see what happens. And he pieces out.
It doesn't turn out very well for
No,
those he doesn't approve of. And this is where the entirety of the Council of 13 changes pretty much forever, permanently, right up to the end of the world, almost. So what we have is the Skaven beforehand, who are a complete mess, riddled with civil wars, bickering, horror and terror. They are not the best at their job. Skaven do a ritual to effectively go, "Hey, Horned Rat, pull us together," and he does. He drops down this gigantic pillar, the pillar of all laws for all Skaven from that point onwards, and then basically dares all of the bestest Skaven to step forward and touch it if they think they are worthy. If they're worthy, they get to sit in the Council of 13. If they are not, they absolutely do not. Nor do they live any longer.
I think the very first one that touches it is a current member of the Council of 13. He walks up and he touches it and he gets consumed in horrifying screaming agony by black fire. Because,
because the pillar. So by the end of this period, we end up with 12 Skaven who have touched it. And some of the Skaven who touched it were a surprise to many who were, let's say, commentators amongst the Skavendom. Particularly because one or two of them were clan heads of clans that were not considered at that point to be that important. They might have been sub-clans, they might have been clans that were just not doing very well. But all of them, through the course of becoming one of the Council of 13, would be at the heart of what it would be for Skaven for the next 200 years until the end of the world. One or two of which would rise to an extraordinary amount of power that they had not had up to that point. So it was an opportunity for some, let's say, opportunistic Skaven to hopefully carve out something for their future. But post this event in 2302, we end up with 12 Skaven and the Horned Rat sitting at the head of the table, forming the new Council of 13. And they bind Skaven together absolutely without any more civil wars from that point onwards. It's great. He lied. So basically it continues on as it was before, but there's a great deal more centralized control than there was before, and there's no longer the great civil war that had pretty much shattered the empire completely and no longer made it an empire. It was multiple empires all vying for control and vying for the great throne, the Game of Thrones, if you will, of Skavenblight. And we end up where, loosely, we are today with our Council of 13 that we're going to be describing today.
Yeah, and everything about it is such an interesting thing to consider when you look at like all the other races in the world. Imagining how much convenience there could have been if Sigmar had showed up at an electoral council for emperor, slammed his hammer on the table, and said, "Everyone has to touch my hammer to be an elector count, and you die if you don't." It's fascinating that of all of the races in the Warhammer world, it's the Skaven who actually managed to get their god physically involved to such a dramatic extent. And though rather amusingly, like Andy said, it only sort of helped them.
I mean, they're Skaven.
Yeah.
They're Skaven. And you'll find that for all it was meant to be this great binding event, it's a great binding event underneath the whim of the Horned Rat. And the Horned Rat itself is not a creature that wants everyone to work together in a big happy, clappy fashion. The Horned Rat wants those to strive towards their success according to its way of thinking. And it is a manipulator. It is cunning. It is inscrutable. It is hard to read. It is at heart deeply political, which means that the Council of 13 itself reflect that. They are a mortal reflection of the Horned Rat's desires, meaning that the Council, for all it does lead all the Skaven, is equally absolutely broken by bickering, issues, hatreds, some of which are very old, some of which are relatively new, and also the rise and the fall of the individual clans involved. Because even though one of the Council of 13 may, for example, lose a great deal of temporal power, they're still sitting on that seat. But does that mean they shift around? Truth be told, we're not entirely sure. All we have is a probable these are the 12 that are sitting on it. And I will say probable because it would not surprise me if someone comes along and tries to rewrite it at some point and say it's someone completely different, because this is relatively common for not just the Skaven, but the Warhammer world as a whole. But we're probably going to go with the standard 12 that everyone expects to find there. The only question I have is, should we start at number 1 and go all the way to 12? Or should we start at position 6 and 7 and work our way up to the most influential at the top in terms of how they sit?
6, 7, like
6,
7,
7, and then working our way up to 1 and 12.
4, 9. Yeah, I think that'll be a better way. Because
I think that's a super good way of doing it.
For those that don't know, the way the Council of 13 is organized is you have a circle with 13 at the top, and you can imagine it like the faces on a clock. And the closer you are to midnight, the more powerful you're considered to be.
So position 1 and position number 12 are the most influential, where position 6 and 7 are considered to be the least because you're the furthest away from where the Horned Rat sits at what is effectively a great circular table. I will also note that many of these Skaven are exceedingly old and powerful, and also exceedingly big in a way that might surprise some of you out there who've looked at some of the various artistic renditions of what the Council of 13 might look like. Some of these Skaven are super, super weird. And that being the case, I would really take any art you've seen so far out there with a deep pinch of salt, because the actual descriptions of them are often quite a bit different.
Yeah, I have never, to my knowledge, I have never seen any artwork that I would consider good of the Council of 13. I've read some excellent descriptions, like the very first Thanquol book. It might actually be the second Thanquol book, actually. But it's either the very beginning of book 2 or book 1. Thanquol has a meeting with the Council of 13, and they are described as like borderline eldritch entities. They're very weird, and a lot of them are very scary, but they all sit in shadow because a lot of what they do is deliberately designed to be as intimidating as possible to one another and to whoever's talking to them. So there's also the kind of fun play of maybe they're not quite that level of eldritch, but they do everything in their power to make themselves as scary as possible.
Yeah. And I would also suggest that if you're trying to imagine what this Council of 13 may actually look like, Skaven Blight, go check up some of its descriptions, is an absolute horror show. It is a tremendously difficult, dangerous place. But I would, at the very least, suggest that they are not within reach of each other by some significant margin. And most of them, while they're sitting on the council, are probably surrounded by many of their hangers-on, bodyguards, protectors, to try and ensure that they don't get stabbed by any of their counterparts. Don't just think of it as 13 Skaven. Think of it as Skavendom itself, represented by these powerful individuals, where occasionally the place will be completely cleared with only a few rats scurrying around because something exceptionally important is being discussed. And the vast majority of the time, the Council of 13 is not 13 sitting around a nice table. It might be 5 or 6 of them, whoever is locally in place and has been persuaded to come to the council, because often they will make power moves. They won't turn up purposefully. They won't want to make a vote, but on the important stuff, or when the Horned Rat itself is calling, they all begrudgingly arrive. If you want to think of one thing out of all popular media that comes closest to describing the acerbic, backbiting horror of what they could think of, consider the Skeksis. The Skeksis from, I forget the name of the program. What's it called?
Dark Crystal.
Thank you, Dark Crystal, where they kind of hate each other. They've got duels to try and become the next Emperor equivalent, and they're hissing, and think of them like that, but worse, because there's clearly some significant influence from the Dark Crystal moving into how many of the writers have approached how they've built their Councils of 13.
Yeah, and one of the, as like a random aside, I actually much prefer how the Council of 13 has evolved in Age of Sigmar and how they deal with each other, where they're so afraid of each other, but also so trying to make a show of their impress one another, that they have 12 towers around kind of an arena, and each of their towers, so they don't have to get anywhere near each other, they basically sit on a balcony and scream at each other. And there's all these elaborate displays that are thematic to their design and their clans and stuff, of how they mess with each other, where like the Clan Skarier one uses like He's like in a giant mecha suit practically that like shoots fire and all this other ridiculous stupid garbage. And it's very over the top. And the ones in fantasy were like that, just not to that
on a
level.
Smaller scale. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I found pretty much all of the art to be exceedingly lacking, because the Clan Skyer seat is going to be surrounded by everything that is Clan Skyer. They want to boast how enormously effective that they are. And of course, no. That's not how it's often depicted.
Yep. So let me get caught up on Super Chat stuff here, and we'll dive into our first two members. Lycro Gaming, sorry, meant have any of the Skaven legendary lords ever been close or have become vermin lords? I mean, so to what we're aware of, none of them did. That doesn't necessarily mean it might not be revealed in the future that one of them did.
Yep.
But as we currently know, no. And I've never seen anything that indicates that any of them got particularly close. You could, if you go back and read the End Times, Queek Headtaker and Lord Skroak were kind of like the main characters next to Thanquol. So you could argue that maybe they got close, but there's nothing written about it.
Yeah, I agree. The problem with the End Times material is that it is grossly underwritten in many areas. And what the Skaven were doing is given a nice big overarch, and they pluck a couple of the special characters that have been mentioned in the army books and go, this special character marched across this continent. This special character went up there, forgetting that they are, in the greater scheme of things, often small change when it comes to Skavendom as a whole. The enormity of what is all of Skavendom combined is just ignored. The Council of 13 and what it represents is largely forgotten in a melange of other events that they pretty much jigsaw piece together, meaning that we don't really get much of what should have been the core stories of the Skaven, which would have been those that actually ascend and attempting to ascend through the last dying breaths of the world, attempting to sit in the true Council of 13 on the other side, so to speak, where the great spiritual entities that are there ruling over on the other side suddenly become the only way out for the world. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that would have been
it's not really
way more fun story.
Yeah, it would have been super fun because you could have given the Skaven something to do beyond just randomly running around, not really being part of the Chaos crew, but strangely enough, following Chaos's roots. It's an odd one, but broadly speaking, the answer is a relatively heavy no to that.
Viper Wolf, during the old world with the Empire split and civil unrest, shouldn't there be someone to unite the people and make the Empire great again? Trump the Pious. No, I don't think he would do a very good job uniting, though.
I really don't think so either. Yeah, Magnus the Pious, when he pops along a full 30 years almost after this point, even he and the way he did it, it required pretty much the intervention of gods if you go with the standard story. Like, for example, he arrives in Marienburg and Triton rises up from the depths, a representative of Manan, and says, this guy, yeah, he's my dude. Or alternatively, you go up to Middenheim and Magnus the Pious passes through the holy flame of Ulrich and gains Ulrich's blessing directly. Many people, when they think of Magnus the Pious, very much focus on just the Sigmarite aspect of it, Sigmar doing the job, but that wasn't the case. All of the primary gods of the Empire supported Magnus the Pious and his attempt to bring the Empire back together. Talapine, for example, has a famous story of a great hart, an enormous, huge deer with a stag that comes out and basically bows before Magnus the Pious. So yeah, they do have someone who eventually binds them together, but it's not like the Council of 13 who are bound together in a very similar era by a single god. In the case here, what we have is the Empire bound together by Magnus the Pious, who represents Sigmar because he is going to become the Emperor, like Sigmar was the first Emperor before that.
Yeah, it's actually, that's something that gets lost, unfortunately, in a lot of the stories about him, is that Magnus was, if you believe the tales, was very much a representative of the entire pantheon of the Empire, not just Sigmar.
Absolutely. Consider him like what the old school war chiefs used to be like. So way back in the past, there was no great cults of the various gods. What there was a chief who led a tribe, and they would represent that tribe to the gods. So that chief would speak to all the gods because there was no priests or cults at that point in the same way that we understand them today. So individual tribal chiefs, chieftainesses, if you wish, would represent their tribe to the gods. And also if the gods laid down punishment, it'd be that tribe's thief who would be responsible for hopefully making the god piss off somewhere else. So broadly speaking, he was far more like one of the old tribal chiefs, like Sigmar himself, who got the blessing not just of Ulrich, but also got the blessing of Tal, got the blessing of Manan, much like Magnus did later. So Magnus was very much following in Sigmar's footsteps.
Yep, Electro, yes, melange spice, yes, yeah. The Skaven would thrive, I think, in the Dune. They would fit right in.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that Warpstone is often given many of the qualities of spice for the Skaven in the Warhammer universe. So many of the things that you see the spice doing inside the Dune books have been copy-pasted
that's actually really funny. That's true.
Directly to Warhammer.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
I never
direct
noticed
copy.
that until you said that. That's really funny.
100% direct copy. So if you've ever read the Dune books, everything you've seen Spice do there, you'll find there's Skaven doing exactly the same thing with Warpstone inside the Warhammer world.
Now, 10-12, this big Warhammer we were talking about is the concept of the Council of 13 for Skaven, a lifted up concept from some other fantasy world or original creation.
It's like everything in Warhammer. Literally everything in Warhammer. And that is, a writer came along that, I think the first Council of 13 was it Andy Chambers who first wrote it when the 4th edition of the Skaven Army List? Did the Council of 13 exist before that? I think it might have, actually. I think it did exist before that. In fact, no, it definitely did. But regardless, their writers wrote what they knew, and they were influenced by many sources. And when I brought up the Skeksis, for example, at the back of many a writer's head when they think of the Skaven bickering, that definitely sits there because it was a seminal movie for my generation. And my generation were the generation that was first writing of the Council of 13 and first putting the groundwork in place, building the bricks up of what would become the rulers of the Skaven. So yeah, that influenced it, as did Dune, as does a whole host of other things. They just created something new around that 13 idea and all of the media that surrounded it that they had been influenced by. But I wouldn't say that one stands out as a single influence off the top of my head.
Yep. Dynamite, potential hot take. Pascrit the Vast is probably a lower tier based on actual very lacking lore, but the implied lore is very interesting. Somehow being the main general of all Skavendom with no known clan affiliation. There's potential S tier story in there, unfortunately left untold. I agree. I don't want to get into it super hard yet because we'll do it when we get to it.
Because we're going to be doing that. But yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about that. He is ranked number 4. It's number 4,
Pascrit? Yeah, he's seat 4. Mm-hmm.
Yep, seat 4. So we will almost certainly be contradicting the standard seats and where they sit. As in, we might have someone say sitting in seat 5, but we might say that in terms of Skaven, he's all the way up at a different one.
Doesn't mean they're going to get good ranking.
Absolutely. Just out of curiosity, because I don't know, do you have a ranked screen set up for this?
I do.
Excellent.
Now that you mentioned it, I should probably hear. Well, why did the Silent Council Guard? Who did the Silent Council Guard serve? Do they follow a particular lord? I'll let Andy handle that while I fix the thing. I
have absolutely no idea. Do you know?
If I recall correctly, so they're not silent. Funny enough, their tongues are cut out, so they can't talk. So it's
they follow a particular lord, do they?
They're not supposed to. Yeah, they're not supposed to follow anyone, but it's often heavily implied that the Grey Seers are who they actually follow. But there are various members of the Council of 13 who seem to sneak on their own choices into the Council Guard. So I imagine we don't know a lot about them. They're actually a fairly mysterious group. But you could probably have a safe bet that there is not necessarily a standard process to get into them, as far as it's such and such clan. It might be like an election process or everyone contributes a certain amount, but it could also just be the Grey Seers Stormvermin, because the Grey Seers aren't a standard clan.
Yeah, no, they're not. Indeed, there's Grey Seers from all clans, which is why they're not really a standard clan, because they came from other clans. I really don't know. As I run back through all my memories of this, my awareness of it is just they protect, they're almost certainly organized by the Grey Seers, and I don't really have much beyond that off the top of my head in my surface memory. I feel like I'm missing a source there, though.
The only ones you really get to see a lot of pop up in the Queek Headtaker book, where Queek meets some of them, and it very quickly becomes apparent that they have this mythological status, and Queek finds out pretty quickly that they're not all that they're pretended to be. That they're a lot more mortal than the Council of 13 would prefer everyone to think they are. But generally speaking, they're pretty not that much talked about.
Yeah, good. I'm glad that I wasn't missing an obvious source there. Good news.
Sagemaster, Clan Rickness, greatest podcast. Yes. I'm sure there is at least one member of the Council of 13 that would agree with that.
Agreed. There certainly
and
is.
11 dissents. So Dino, what three-way DLC would Skaven fit both well with you in your opinion? For me, after Slash DLC, I'd love to see Skaven versus Nurgle versus Kislev. Also giving an Ice Guard, Legendary Lord plus Great Hero. I don't know if I'd go for Ice Guard. I'd want something a little different because I feel like Katerin kind of represents what the Ice Guard are attached to. As far as like who would I put the Skaven with? I mean, yeah, you could do Skaven, Nurgle, Kislev. I don't think it really matters that much to me, other than I just hope to see more Skaven.
There's a fair number of them already, though.
Yeah, I mean, we never got to see a Skaven versus Dwarf pack, so like I would love
Natural
like
enemies.
Skaven Dwarfs and somebody else. But I don't really care who's in the matchup. I'm gonna be honest, as long as I get more stuff.
Yeah, I'm broadly the same. Skaven Kislev is a natural one because obviously we have Hellpit up there. But then Skaven, I'm just about anyone is a natural one, whether it's Lizardmen or Cathay, or no matter where you go in the world, you tend to find that there's a Skaven clan popping its head up going, squeak, squeak, are you ready to get stabbed in the back? So yeah, they could fit almost anywhere.
Yeah, really. You could throw a rock in just about any direction. As long as it's well attuned, it'll hit a Skaven.
Yeah, pretty much.
Darius Rose, is it weird to say that reading the Queek book, that both Queek a Chewini and Thankful a Morky reminds me of my dogs, the way they argue? I don't know what those phrases mean. Are those like dog phrases?
Hey, Darius, you've completely lost me.
Yeah. You're like referencing terminology, and I have no idea what that's supposed to be referencing. Sure. I don't. Now, if you're saying that the way that they bicker might remind you of your dogs if they bicker,
Chewini.
like a Chihuahua, or something. I
really don't know.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for that, Darius, because I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
So someone's suggesting they're hybrids, so they're hybrid dog breeds. That'll be why I don't know, because I'm a cat person. 100% a cat person.
And there are so many fucking dog breeds that I don't keep up with them.
Like crossed like a Chihuahua mixed with something else?
Yeah. What, like, feel free to type like what breeds they are. Oh, it's Chihuahua wiener dog. God, that's wow. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it does.
That's a lot in one creature.
Yeah, quite.
That would be a yappy angry dog. Darius Rose, for the albino god, are they bred to be white or scared shitless? No, they're actually bred for their coloration. That is something that's talked about. Yeah,
the white coloring is considered to be sacred to the horned rat. The albino rats are obviously sacred, and often those who are, if you're born white with horns, grey seer, you will become. And yes, they breed for it, but it doesn't always work, and it doesn't always breed as true as they would like. But yes, absolutely. And you can think of any way that Skaven could potentially gain an advantage. There's a Skaven trying to do it. So would they breed for potential advantages? Yes, every single time. And equally, they would be doing things to try and ruin other people who are trying to breed for that. So don't just think of them, they're trying to breed towards X. There's also all the people who are trying to stop them from doing that or screw up their breeding attempts. Because
all right.
Skaven.
It is now time.
Hey, we've got one. I was a bit concerned.
for our tier maker list.
So we're going to start all the way at number 6 then. Is that your preference?
Yes.
So number 6. Can I remember number 6? I've got a list somewhere. It's Hesh, isn't it? Number 6? Please be
yes.
Hesh. Hesh Vraxpine. The Arch Brooklord Hesh Vraxpine. You've got the control of the board. I'll just sit back and say, so, Sotek, on your side, can you give a quick description as to who this particular Council of 13 member is, what they represent, how little or how much is there in the background about them, and whereabouts do you approximately think they sit in the overall tier? Now, if we go with the Horned Rats view, they are literally the lowest of the low. This is a D tier lord, but very possibly we're not going to go there. So where would you start?
Yeah, so Archbrute Lord Hirschbackspine, that his name is about all we know about him personally. That is about as far as it goes. If you actually go do some deeper reading, he is, along with the seventh seat, who we'll talk about in a little bit, they are kind of those council members who, depending on if you go look at older sources that mention the Lords of Decay, these two very well may not even be brought up, or there might be somebody else in their seat before the Council of 13 that we have today kind of coalesced and became stable. That being said, we do know little bits about his clan, which may, and this is something we're going to do a lot in the stream, because hopefully that's why you like coming to Lorebeards, is talk about what that might be able to indicate about the character. So we do know that he is the head of Clan Krizor, and Krizor is what's known as a thrall clan. And thrall clans are basically, you can kind of think of them as not as big as the big four clans, and they're often associated with one of the big clans.
In fact, I'll go further. A thrall clan is a clan that is actually a part of the great umbrella of another clan. So, for example, Clan Pestilence has loads of thrall clans, all of whom effectively serve Clan Pestilence. Having said that, though, it's a little bit like Starscream to Megatron. And that doesn't mean that they are in any way loyal. That doesn't mean that they are necessarily under any form of control, because as we all know, Starscream is ready to stab Megatron in the back at any moment. So a thrall clan is directly tied to one of the other clans, but that does not necessarily mean that they are anything close to how we would describe the word loyal.
Yeah, so Clan Krizor is well up into the Darklands. They're in like the northern area of the Darklands. And the thing that's kind of interesting about them that you learn very quickly about them is that they're a Beastmaster clan. So although it's not specific, it's not written anywhere who they're thrall to, it is, you could very easily deduce that they are thrall to Clan Molder.
Yep.
They are a Beastmaster clan. They specialize in creating grand beasts. And they often, there's some funny notes about them that mostly popped up in the Uniforms and Heraldry book, because Clan Krizor got a focus in Uniforms and Heraldry. And it talks about that they began having success in capturing beasts because they learned that if they took Skaven slaves and they dipped them in the blood of animals like pigs, they could let them loose and these horrible monsters would chase them and they could lure them into traps. So they started capturing the beasts of the Darklands, which, if you know anything about the Darklands, there's some nasty shit that lives out there, monster-wise. It is a hellhole, but a paradise if you're into the monster-making business. So they were capturing lots and lots of creatures. This led to them catching the attention of Clan Molder, which led to them becoming a thrall to Clan Molder. And as they built up, what the things that we know about them is that they built up enough success that they started developing their own pack masters instead of having to rent them or purchase them from Clan Molder. So they have their own guys that can control and guide beasts. But they did run into an issue, which was Clan Rictus, because Clan Rictus controls, although you don't see it on many, basically any maps, the under Empire. So the tunnels of the Skaven. What's interesting is, despite the fact you may think that, oh, you could just go anywhere because there are tunnels, that's not true. There are areas where there's no tunnels for hundreds of miles. And the Darklands actually has a funnel point, and that's under Crookback Mountain. Crookback Mountain is a funnel that connects basically the World's Edge Mountains and everything west of it to the Darklands and everything east of it.
Yeah,
so,
consider it like Mad Dog's Pass. There we go, I got it out. Mad Dog's Pass, which is what the Crookback Mountain sits on the end of. It's a core pass, one of the few easy to move through passes of the World's Edge Mountains. And in the Under Empire, Crookback Mountain stands at that central point as well, and is the only way through the Under Empire that leads east into west or west into east. So it is an enormously influential locale. And yes, this particular clan is directly attached to that clan because of it, because to get from one part to another, a lot of dealings must be made.
Yeah, so they have to pay taxes. A lot of taxes and tolls. And that's what makes Clan Rictus so infamously wealthy, is that they have tolls along those roads and they tax goods that come through there, and trying to avoid them is really difficult because you have to
Skaven don't try though.
Yeah, oh yeah, they'll try. But this has led to Clan Krizor despising Clan Rictus.
Yeah.
Now, there are notes within the Uniform and Heraldry book that Clan Krizor has become convinced, either truthfully or because they're being deceived or just because they're paranoid, that Clan Mulder is becoming a little wary of how much they've risen in recent decades and is plotting and scheming with Clan Rictus to drag them back down. So their lord, good old character who's so important I didn't just totally forget his name for a second, Hetch Vrexbine, is genuinely afraid and paranoid that Rictus and Mulder are plotting against him. Even though they could be. It's very, very possibly that they are, but it's also completely possible that they're not. And someone's Skaven. But that's basically the whole of what we know about them.
So we have, sadly, for our first character, somebody who is not particularly, if we're being honest, detailed. We have a head of a clan that is a thrall clan to Clan Mulder, whilst also being a rival to Clan Mulder, has significant issues with Clan Rictus, while simultaneously having to pay a lot to Clan Rictus for the same reason. But what we can also say without any shadow of a doubt is this is one of the most influential Skaven that there are. So why? And that's a question that we don't have answers to. All we can say is that 200 years before the end of the world, that particular Skaven touched that and was granted with all the power that comes with being one of the modern Council of 13. Long life, exceeding capability, and, in this particular case, the rise to power, presumably, of his clan, which was enthralled at that point to Clan Mulder and gained a significant amount of independence from that point onwards. In many respects, you could say that this is an extension of Clan Mulder. That for all they are deep rivals, when it comes to votes, they're probably always voting in the same direction as Mulder because they are a thrall clan, in the same way that any that are thrall to Pestilence will vote in Pestilence direction, and so on. So, as we start off, I think it's fair to say that not only do we not have a lot of detail, it doesn't seem like, in the greater scheme of things, he has a lot of power. Or do you disagree?
No, I do agree, but I do want to put on my tinfoil hat for a second and speculate a little bit about the character, just for anyone out there that's like, I'd kind of like to do something with this, just to throw out some ideas that you maybe could run with, because Lorebeards is what we like doing a lot.
Yeah, Hetch Vrexbine, he must be awesome.
Yeah, so the big thing for me is that I would say that what has probably made his clan a big deal in, and we don't know exactly when they started doing this. It could be they started doing this like right after he got his position from the Council of 13, because there is a character we'll talk about later, who is one of my favorite members of the Council of 13, who you can tell the Great Horned Rat saw something in him because of what he goes on to do for his clan and makes his clan into something immense. And if we have a similar situation with Hesh here, of a character that was in kind of a nobody thrall clan that's up in the north of the Darklands, where, you know, maybe they were lucky trying to find warpstone deposits and stuff, because there is a lot of nasty things in the soil, the very rich soil of the Darklands, if you're willing to brave the dangers. But the thing that he ended up getting extremely powerful for in the more modern era was the capturing of the monsters of the Darklands, of capturing things like, for anyone that doesn't know what's out there, things like magma dragons, or the horrifying, the dreadworm, which are like these big, like, if you ever seen the Sandworm movie, they're very similar to or Dune even, but like they're these horrible like worm-like creatures that burrow beneath the ground and come up. There are the shard dragons. There are, of course, things like the Taurus and the Lamassus that live out in those parts of the world. There are manticores and all sorts of other nightmarish horrors. It's a place where there's a lot of really particularly nasty predators. And one of the things you learn about when you're studying Clan Mulder lore is that having access to more exotic beasts means that you're able to make more powerful and more fascinating creations. It's a really important step in Skavendom, where you have like Throt the Unclean. His big claim to fame is the creation of the Hell Pit Abomination, which he was only able to make because he captured a blind worm from the Chaos Wastes. So that is a big thing. The other thing is that when you're dealing with a Molder type clan and talking about Vraxspine himself, this guy is probably seriously mutated.
Big mutated.
Deeply
yeah,
mutated.
I agree.
He's
of all
probably
the
quite
Skaven on
large.
the council, it really feels like him, Arch Brute Lord that he is probably big, scary.
Oh yeah, his title, Arch Brute Lord.
Yeah, I imagine he's got a big arched back with this jagged, warp stony spine. He himself is probably physically intimidating, and particularly nasty. But again, in terms of his overall position, we know where he sits in the council, but we have very little to go on other than the stuff that we could make up. But I think it's definitely fair to say that the Horned Rat saw something in this individual that meant that they went, yes, on the council, his voice is important. There is something that must be said with this individual, possibly in terms of what it will mean come the end of the world. So I think I would agree with Sotek, and that is that we've got a clan that starts off probably under the thrall entirely of Clan Molder, and is probably a clan that is sent out to capture stuff from the Darklands on behalf of Clan Molder, and through gaining its own seat on the Council of 13, then becomes much more independent because of this, and then starts making its own investigations into all the various creatures that are there and making its own stuff. So come the end times, you'll probably find that this is a unique sense of a unique set, of nasty Skaven monsters coming from this area, which are quite unlike the ones that Clan Molder are pumping out not too far away over in Hell Pit. But ultimately, does that make him any more important than any of the other lords that are sitting on this council? Do we think that he should be raised above the D into the C's or the B's because of the potential of the character, even though the character has had absolutely none of that potential shown in black and white on any page?
Oh yeah, I forgot. We got to poll you guys. I forgot that that's how we do this.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're the one that.
I'm doing it right now.
I'm free. It's not on the LAWhammer channel, so I can literally just sit here laughing at Sotek as Sotek slowly but surely pulls it all together.
Yeah, and for this one, we're not going to bother with
A to D.
we're just going to do A to D to make our life simple. Vraxspine.
And before you, once we get the vote going, I will say where I think he sits, but I'll wait before we've got the vote actually going.
Sorry. S to...
I think you only get 4 options on, depending on where you're doing your things. Can we do
that? You know what? So we're gonna ignore S. We're gonna do A to D, just to make life simple. Because YouTube is bitchy and will be like, no. So you got that one running, and then the one on YouTube real fast.
So while you're all getting your vote, we'll pick in our super chats, run through those.
Yes, please do.
And then we'll give what we think, and then we'll tell you the result of your vote.
All right, there you go. Polls are up. Vote for where you think Arch Brute Lord Hesh Vraxspine of Clan Cruzor should go on here. And then I'm going to open up this and go to where we left off on Super Chats, which was here. Where is the Great Horned Rat on tier rank up? That's why we don't have an S tier. The Great Horned Rat is alone on S tier. No one else is allowed to be on his tier. There we go.
Do you have one for the Horned Rat?
The person that made this did not include it, but I can slap one in real quick.
Yeah, I'd slap one in because, I think it's okay for an S tier for some of them because we should have S tier lords.
Yeah, hold on. I will.
But the Horned Rat is sitting above S.
Good job, Mornington Crescent. I'll edit that right now.
So Sierra Whiskey 17, they need to add a broodmother to the council. I cannot express how much I think this should be the case because they are a core component of how Skaven society works, and I think it very fair to say that some of the broodmothers would be potentially extraordinarily powerful, particularly given that white fur can come regardless of your particular sex. So there will be white-furred broodmothers, there will be horned broodmothers, not just horny broodmothers. There will be a variety of different female Skaven who are much more powerful than any of the books suggest. So I agree wholeheartedly, and I feel like one of them almost certainly should. at least one of them.
I'm
And
gonna
that's
do
not just because I
a,
think women should be included. I think that's because the nature of Skaven society would absolutely have that be a core component of it. Oh, we're scrolling around here.
yes, because I'm trying to remember how I. There we go. Pictures down to this one. Hit OK. Boom. There we go. The horned rat. Boom.
Nice. Horned rat, D tier.
Okay.
Hey, Jonathan Scott.
Okay, so most of YouTube has him on D tier. Interestingly, Twitch chat ended up having him on C tier, funny enough, but not by enough to overwhelm YouTube's majority. So Brute Lord is in D tier.
That seems fine. Jonathan Scott, here's a lore design challenge. Both of you pitch a council for a different faction with a prime number of members. Example, Tilia's council of 43 barons.
Bro, expecting me to know my prime numbers. Oh my lord.
Just go for, 7.
Sure. Well, okay, so mine would be one that I actually know is vaguely canonical, though I would actually love to dial in on it more, which would be the 5 second generation Slann of Lustria. That would be my council that I would play with.
Slann are a good one. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it with that and agree with you.
Viper Wolf. Wait, no.
Oh no.
Jared, have they caught a magma dragon? Not that I've ever seen written, but I would not put it past them.
Yeah, dragons are always an odd one because they're given this sort of super S tier position generally in the Warhammer world. And by that I mean that even when Clan Moulder grab their worst things, you tend to find that they don't have the giant dragon version of Skaven kicking around. So the answer is not written down, but the answer is probably yes. And if I was, for example, taking the Council of 13 as it stands and bringing that into the end times, I would almost certainly use this particular, our D tier list, Lord on the council to be the one to do it, and his clan to properly pitch them as an example of why the Horned Rat chose them. You're looking at somebody who does something exceptional. It might not be a magma dragon, it might be something else equally massive up there, but I would definitely do something like that to give them their position and give effectively the Skaven a reason to bicker again, because Clan Moulder would then try and put them down. And as Skavener want to do, the war then ensues, and that'd be super fun.
Yeah, just a fun idea for anyone out there that's just kind of listening and theory crafting and stuff. One of the scenes I really love, if you go read the Black Plague trilogy, which takes place around 1111 of the Imperial calendar, is it actually details the rise of Clan Moulder from kind of a nothing clan to one of the big clans with their invention of the Rat Ogre. And one of the ways the story plays out is that there's basically a pit fighting ring in Skavenblight where the different clans bring their monsters and let them fight each other to show off who's the best monster makers. And the Rat Ogre ends up completely changing the name of the game and leads to Clan Moulder ascending. But if you're having a little fun story that you want to tell, like you're running a Skaven campaign or you're dealing with a villain for your PCs, having it where Clan Krizor has created something to try and challenge the dominance of Clan Moulder. They've made some horrible new monstrosity, and your PCs are dealing with it escaping, and it's causing havoc in the area they're in, or for whatever reason, they get tasked to bring it down because it's going to be used against a dwarf hold to demonstrate its abilities. You can have a lot of really good fun with that.
Yep, agreed.
Viper Wolf, sorry for the jokes. I enjoy you guys. No, you're all good. It's okay. It's okay. We can take a har. we know. Singemeister, the Skaven's gender politics always reminded me of Larry Niven's Zinti, or the affront from the culture. I don't know what those are.
And yeah, sure. I've always found the gender politics amongst the Skaven, the sex politics in many respects rather than gender, to be massively underdeveloped rather than necessarily reminiscent of something else. They kind of don't exist. It's left to a single sentence here or a bit over there and very little more. And it's something that I felt that on the Skaven front, could have done better.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do a pretty controversial headcanon when we get to a certain point, but I'm gonna wait until it arrives to spring it on all of you.
Oh, I do love a headcanon.
Nitantual, it seems Skaven took a page from Dune where Twi'leks use their females as biological machines. And it could very well be that may be where the initial inspiration came from.
And I think that will be the case for some of the clans and how they're represented for some of the clans. But Skaven are such an enormous, broad grouping of people, really, and cultures. It's not just a single monoculture. That I think that would not be universally the case.
Yeah,
in fact, I would argue it absolutely wouldn't be universally the case.
Yeah, I think that's what Andy's really trying to dial in on. That would be good for y'all to think about. Is that it's not that Skaven female shouldn't be like this. It's that the Rat Mother, as we're all very familiar with, makes a lot of sense for like maybe Clan Molder. But if you have a different clan that's sitting there and they're like, oh well, we're trying to genetically engineer like the highest quality warlords, so they end up having these female Skaven brood mothers that are very different, far more intelligent, because they have a developmental process that's a lot more geared towards producing a single young like humans do, as opposed to like a massive litter of spawns. That would be a very different creature, a very different character, which could open up a lot of interesting avenues. Or if you've watched the LAWhammer series, there is a rat mother in that is fucking terrifying and is very, very different from, because she's an actual character, but she's fucking terrifying. I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to spoil it, but you should go watch LAWhammer.
Yeah.
Poor Whitebird, the things she has seen and done.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Not cool.
It is time to go to seat number 7.
Arch Pontifex Sitch. Oh, this is a super fun one. So, Arch Pontifex Sitch sits on number 7. But what does that mean? Who is this particular council member, Mr. Sotek?
Yes, so, the Arch Pontifex Sitch, if you can't tell by his name, Arch Pontifex is a lackey. He's a big-time lackey. And unlike what we talked about with Hesh Vraxpine, who has conflict and some, with Clan Molder a little bit, due to his own paranoia and trying to make his own success, Arch Pontifex Sitch is a big-time lackey, a religious lackey under Clan
Pestilence
of good old oh my lord, my brain just short-circuited for a second. Nerdlich. A Pontifex, the Arch Pontifexes are a relatively super rare rank that are given within Clan Pestilence, because Clan Pestilence has very church-sounding names for all of the various things. They've got like the Plague Deacons and the Pontifexes and all these goofy-ass, like, you take basically the name of a person in a church and you try and make it sound like plaguey or ratty, and you basically have done the job. Your plague priests and et cetera, et cetera. And Lord Pontifex Sitch is basically a yes man. That's his entire role. He's a nasty, diseased cretin, but rather importantly, he is in charge of Clan Morbidus. Clan Morbidus, you may be somewhat familiar with if you've ever done a lot of end times reading, or if you've done like uniforms and heraldry and stuff. They are a big time member of a faction known as the Pestilent Brotherhood. And the Pestilent Brotherhood, so you have thrall clans like Clan Cruiser we talked about earlier, who owe fealty and ultimately belong to Clan Molder, but don't necessarily like it. The Pestilent Brotherhood
often because they're defeated or some equivalent.
Yeah, like they're absorbed or whatever.
Yeah.
The Pestilent Brotherhood is a completely different animal. They are fanatics. They are deep, deep religious fanatics that are both literally and figuratively feverishly loyal to the Clan Pestilence's version of the Great Horned Rat. Because if you check out our Lord Skrulk stream from quite a while ago now, though that was an awesome Lorebeard stream.
Good stream.
We talk a lot about how there are different versions of the Great Horned Rat, most notably between the one that the Grayseers put forward and the one that the Clan Pestilence puts forward. And the Pestilent Brotherhood are religious madmen. Like Skaven, often a lot of Skaven find them very unsettling because Skaven tend to live very much by a hierarchy of I am first, and then my clan or something else may be somewhere further down the list, along with the Horned Rat and other stuff. But members of Clan Morbidus are going to be far more ravenously loyal to their clan. And while they have a system of, like, it's noted that Clan Morbidus is willing to work for other clans, and that they have a decent relationship with Clan Molder, because they specialize in creating certain kinds of, they help create like great pox rats and plagued rat ogres and stuff like that. Ultimately, their loyalty to Nurglitch is unquestioned. Stitch has always voted the exact same way that Nurglitch votes.
Yeah, 100%. View this individual lord as part of Clan Pestilence. One of the great mistakes of those who only dabble in Skaven lore is thinking that all of the individual clans are, by summation, individual islands. Not true. Great Clan Pestilence is multiple clans all stitched together. At one point, Clan Pestilence almost took over the entirety of all of Skavendom, including Skavenblight. They were not well liked. They had multiple seats of the Council of 13 under their belt. And in many respects, this is a continuation of that. You should actually view this particular seat as the Horned Rat saying, you know what? Clan Pestilence, for all you fucking despise them, they are not wrong. They have more than one seat on the Council of 13 because they have a second seat in the frame of this Arch Pontifex. He represents Clan Pestilence, even though he's from a separate clan, and that separate clan does have different ways of dealing with the other Skaven in comparison to Clan Pestilence as a whole, in that they do work with others. They're almost the acceptable front for all they are religious lunatics, but then all Clan Pestilence are religious lunatics anyway, with their plague monks being their basic clan rat. So, yeah. This is a fine example of another lord on our Council of 13 that we don't know a great deal about, but we do know that the Horned Rat chose this one, that the Horned Rat chose one of the thrall clans of Clan Pestilence, and that this individual has been sitting on the council for the last 200 years, largely voting with Clan Pestilence on everything, giving Clan Pestilence much more power than you might initially realize. And I would argue more power than, say, Clan Molder has with their other, let's say, rival lord from our previous one, number 6. Number 7 is very much in Pestilence's pocket.
Yeah, there is also like kind of some funny occasional notes about Sitch, in the sense that there have been mentions, kind of like the Thankful book, that Nurglitch will tell him what to say before meetings. So when they all get in there and they're having meetings, he'll say something and Nurglitch can either agree with it or like be like, oh no, that's clearly ridiculous. Like he uses them as kind of a goofy puppet to bounce off of, which annoys the rest of the Council of 13 because everybody knows it's Nurglitch just saying it through another mouth, but they can't respond to it in the way they would necessarily like to because it's technically coming from Sitch, not Nurglitch himself.
Yeah, totally. It's a second voice for Nurglitch on the council, which in some respects speaks to the power that Nurglitch has, but we'll be getting on to Nurglitch later because he might not be in a position that you expect. But yeah, we have got Sitch. Sitch is a lord. He is from a thrall clan to Clan Pestilence. He has not got any great deeds attributed to him, nor does he have any great magical artifacts or anything else beyond he is a religious fanatic who absolutely follows in the footsteps of Clan Pestilence and Nurglitch. Don't view this necessarily as a pure puppet. It's not so much that he's got Nurglitch's hand up his bum, it's just that they absolutely agree with each other on core points of the theological nature of what it is to be a Skaven worshipping the Horned Rat. They work in sympathy with each other, which is very rare for Skaven. Be aware of that. He's not simply a sniveling rat, which would be an easy way to view him. He is one of the Council of 13, an enormously powerful creature, and has an ally in Nurglich. How many of the other lords can say they have an actual ally on the council, potentially giving them more power? It's not just that Nurglich and he vote together because Nurglich wants it, it's they vote together because they both believe in the same outcome, which means that the power that Nurglich has, to a degree, is shared by Sitch. So there is more here than you might first think. We might be able to skip out of D here if you look into the deeper view of what this particular lord could represent.
Yeah,
but that's
and
up to you.
I do also like the note about him that he does work with Clan Molder sometimes a little too much. Like, Clan Pestilence is not necessarily fond of how much he gives to Clan Molder, which allows Clan Molder to produce their like giant pox rats that other warlords will ride into battle, and like certain kinds of creatures, because Clan Pestilence jealously guards their knowledge of plague crafting. And Sitch is a little more open with it, which sometimes which causes some eyebrow raises from Nurglich from time to time.
Absolutely. He's an independent figure. Try not to think of him as somebody who is purely the sniveling little side rat of Clan Pestilence. He is one of the Council of 13. To portray him in that light alone would be, I think, underserving him. And I didn't say what I thought our previous Hesh Vraxpine was. Did I think he was a D? Absolutely. He's D. You put him in the right place. The question is, where does Sitch sit? Does he sit on A, B, C, or D? Because I don't think he sits S either. That much is very clear. But where do you think he sits on the A, B, C, or D? If you think he's A, he's one of the most powerful lords in all of Skavendom. B, not as powerful. C, not that powerful at all. Or D, he holds the least influence and could get very little done that he wishes.
Yeah, also just a fun fact for those that are kind of following along, that another way that the Council of 13 works that's really fun is that they have an interesting political system where if a member of the Council of 13 abstains from a vote, his opposite across the table also loses their ability to vote. Like, their vote is discounted. So Hesh and Sitch, if one of them vetoed, they could cancel out the other's vote, which makes for an interesting thing. But I will say I do like that he has an interesting difference from Hesh, and they're not just the exact same, just because Hesh is noted to be a little more a little more independent. And like there's a note about a major vote in Wolfrup where Hesh deliberately did not show up, much to the Lord of Clan Molder's ire, because his vote was not able to counteract the vote of Sitch. But all right, I think I'll give y'all just a couple more seconds.
The vote's up. How's it going? Okay, I'll tell you where I think he sits.
C and D. I'll tell you that.
Okay, so yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'll tell you where I think he sits. I think he sits as a C. And I think he sits as a C because he holds significantly more power than many realize, because he actually has an ally, and that is rare with Skaven. Skaven do not ally, particularly amongst the various archlords of Skavendom. They don't work together, but he does. And it's very easy to say, yeah, but he's just, absolutely the servant of Nurglich. I disagree. He's not the servant of Nurglich. He is part of a structure where Nurglich is at the top, like the Pope. But much like the Pope has got many people around him who make views. I think he's a C, but it would not surprise me if he drops to a D, because he is right at the very bottom. But I think that underplays how much power he probably has on the council because he has an ally.
All right, and Arch Pontifex Sitch of Clan Morbidus has landed in C tier.
Oh, there we go, C tier. Nice. I agree. I think C's perfect.
Was relatively close, but C he is.
C he is. That means we're going to the 5th seat. It'll be Vrisk next, won't it? Oh, yes, I love Vrisk.
But first, we're going to get caught up on Super Chats. Sierra, I believe. Yes, Sierra. Is Lord Skroak such a homie with the Great Horn Rat that he doesn't need to touch the stone? Or has he touched it before and we just don't know about it? So, I will say, if you go watch our Lord Skroak stream, we had a lot of fun talking about kind of this exact subject, and Skroak's role within it. But one thing you also kind of need to keep in mind is that if you're thinking about like 200 years ago, when the Skaven were rambling and debating about who should go touch the stone, who should be on the Council of 13 and stuff, you have to keep in mind that from Nurglitch's position. If he's thinking about which of my like 7 plague lords do I send to be on the Council of 13, if you're on the Council of 13, you're stuck there. Like, you don't get to be out doing things out in the wider world most of the time. They are often expected to be there. And while they are allowed to skip meetings and stuff to do other things, if they don't show up, they are losing a significant amount of power to influence things that are happening. And Nurglitch would want whoever this second is to really, really be there as much as possible.
And if we run by our Scrolt screen, I would suggest that Scrolt does not believe he is worthy for it anyway.
Yep. And if you're like, what's that about? Go watch that one.
Go watch the Scrolt screen.
Really
it's a good one. Yep. Agreed.
Dinoman, is the voting process in the council ever detailed? The Thrall clans vote the same way as their great clans to a greater or lesser degree, so do they declare how they are going to vote / debate it first and then vote? Do they raise their hands all at once? Put ballots in a box? It's not detailed. What's your hell can? So it is relatively detailed, but certain authors will take different cracks at it, so it's not consistent.
No.
Often what will happen is an ideal will be thrown out and they start yelling and screaming at each other. It's very disorganized. And what they do verbalize their votes. They don't have like a ballot box. They say it out loud, but you have to keep in mind that they're Skaven. So having a predictable pattern can be really, really messy with them. There's actually there's a couple of stories that talk rather amusingly about how the Skaven have so like take the end times, for example. In the end times, the Skaven built a couple of things. And one of the things that they built was that Ikit Claw got approval from the Council of 13 to build his tractor beam that was designed to shoot the moon and drag it closer to the Earth. One of the amusing things about the tractor beam is that if you go check out the Council of 13 debating about it, there was originally, if you kind of looked at all of their original hopes, Lord Morskatar, who we'll talk about later, was the Lord of Clan Scryer, wanted it to fail. But because his politicking and scheming got so convoluted, he accidentally ended up making it succeed the vote because so many of the Skaven were sitting there trying to predict what their rivals wanted them to vote. And were trying to say, okay, he wants me to vote yes, but I think this clan's going to vote no because they have a deal with so-and-so. So if I vote no, I'll counteract that deal, but that's what they're expecting me to do. So I better vote yes because they know that I know that they know that I would normally vote no. So in order to counteract that and screw with their plans, I need to vote yes. There's a lot of that going on in the Council of 13. So their voting system is often extremely goofy.
Yeah. It differs according to the individual authors, but I would suggest that it is very difficult. And a lot of screeching and a lot of disagreement. It's not one of those calm examples of political harmony. This is political disharmony and a certain amount of, a lot of, I have the strength, I have the power, you should be listening to me. Basically, if you want to view it, take your favorite, most annoying political figure who likes to get their own way by shouting at others and make 13 of them. And one of them is a god. So yeah, it's a toughie to imagine it in particular, and different writers have taken different examples, but they're Skaven. It's not going to be quiet.
Yep. Yuckster, just want to say thank you for the great content. Listen to the Empire Provinces ranking podcast at work today and loved it. You two are great. Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thanks.
I really appreciate
Enjoyed that one. That was a fun one.
Yes, it was. Sean Schultz, what is your favorite clan banner?
I like them all.
Yeah, for me,
reasons.
it's, I think aesthetically, not like my favorite because it's my favorite clan, but just like I see it, I'm like, that's a really sexy banner. For me, it's probably either Clan Mulder or Clan Scryer.
I quite like Moors.
Moors is a good one.
Yeah, Moors is a fun one.
I think if I had to pick one, Mulder.
I like them all for different reasons.
Scratches my brain in a good way, aesthetically. Donoman, so Skaven working out how to vote. Is the Sicilian working out which cup has poisoned the Princess Bride? Yes. A lot of them, yeah. Now, some of them are a lot more calm and collected than you might expect, which we'll get to those lords a little later.
Particularly as well because some of them are very religious, and and their religion leads them to act in a particular way. But yeah, remember, Skaven are a surprisingly religious group, and people often forget just how fanatical many of them are towards the Horned Rat, because they just go, well, it's Skaven. They're Skaven, and that's what they're like. But they're like that because of the Horned Rat.
All it's time for seat number 5.
Vrisk Iron Scratch. No, this is a super fun one because Vrisk Iron Scratch comes from a clan that had almost no power at one point, and now I would argue has some of the most power that the Warhammer world has to offer. And there's a reason for that, because the clan in particular here, well, rules the waves. Take it away, Sotek.
Yes, so Vrisk Iron Scratch, also known as the Arch Sea Lord of Clan Scurvy, who many of you may be familiar with.
Yo ho ho.
Vrisk Iron Scratch is a genuinely fascinating character who, fortunately for him, actually got some depth. Because Clan Scurvy is beloved by a lot of people, because it's a fantastic name for a Skaven clan based on what they do. And he also got a pretty heavy character focus during 4th edition, the 4th edition roleplay game.
Great stat.
So his stat line is terrible. The lore is great, but his stat line is terrible.
Oh my goodness.
Which we'll talk about a little bit in a minute.
I have clan rats that could eat him for breakfast.
Yeah, so Vrisk Iron Scratch, like Andy said, one of the things that's detailed about him in older books is that he was a surprise, because where most of the clans that touched the Black Pillar were either really, really famous clans, or they were a thrall that was kind of bullied into it. Vrisk was a nobody. He was a nobody part of Clan Scurvy, which was a nobody clan, a warlord clan, didn't have any good friends, and he decided to march up to the Black Pillar and slapped his hand on it, and to the genuine shock of all witnessing, he didn't blow up. And with the Great Horned Rat's approval, he took his position, probably at that time, I would guess much lower, because we don't know for sure if they've moved around, but there are hints.
I'm going to presume that maybe they haven't, which is interesting in and of itself.
Yeah, but so Vrisk, according to the 4th edition stuff that more heavily expands on his story, Clan Scurvy, we know this from other stuff before I get to the 4th ed story. His clan has a settlement called Spineport. And Spineport is located beneath Tabaro, which is a stallion settlement right on. Well, actually, I think Talea, I can't remember if Talea or Astalia owns it. I know it's kind of right on that border, because it's on the opposite side of the Gulf from Maragliano.
Talea.
Yeah. So it's this big old cliff, and this cliff is full of holes. And deep within this maze that the sea goes deep into is where Spineport is. And Vrisk Iron Scratch, we get talked about in the 4th edition storyline from Wolfrup, basically went to the Council of 13 and asked for like a whole bunch of warp tokens to build up a fleet. And there was enough politicking between the rest of the Council of 13 that they viewed Clan Scurvy as enough of not a threat, and also could deny warp tokens to one another by instead giving it to Vrisk. So he got a shitload of money and a shitload of support from pretty much all the clans. And with it, he made a monstrous fleet. The modern fleet of the Skaven that's built up over the last 200 years is absolutely fucking gigantic. It is a fleet that has traveled much of the world. It has had 2 very near successful invasions of Ulthuan that only failed because the High Elves genuinely kind of pulled some bullshit out at the last minute.
Elf bullshit. That's what they do.
Yeah. They've successfully invented submersible devices, submarines, that you could not pay someone like me enough money in the universe to ever even think of getting on one of those things. And he inadvertently has played a significant role in a number of things that have happened, from the Skaven fleet becoming enough of a threat that they threatened Barak Var. And his fleet got big enough that when the end times finally comes up and he unleashes the full might of Clan Scurvy, they from the ocean lay siege to Barak Var, and Barak Var fails to stop them.
Yeah.
Which is saying a lot. If you love
the dwarf fleet.
Yeah, if you love the really creepy fish monster from Dreadfleet, that was one of Vrisk's underlings in the ship that got eaten by basically the equivalent of a black leviathan, which is like a giant lanternfish or anglerfish. And after it ate them and they all died, because they ate it from the inside out. Because Skaven, they got resurrected and went on to be a part of the Dreadfleet. But Clan Scurvy has had a meteoric rise in Skavendom because they used to have no presence on the ocean at all. Like Vrisk Iron Scratch was a genuine pioneer who looked at the ocean and said, "We can dominate that."
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just burrowing under it like clans had before.
And I think that's the best way to characterize this particular council member. We have ourselves somebody who took an aspect of what it is to be Skaven and changed it. Up to this point, the Skaven were very much the Under Empire. We will inherit what lies above and it will become ours. And they went, no, we can go across the waters also. Before this point, there are no real fleets for the Skaven. If you've ever played the Man of War game, the Man of War game exists on the Skaven side because of Clan Scurvy. And their ships are great with all sorts of, and this is the interesting part, warped cannons and creatures and monsters involved, because this clan also allies with every other clan at one point or another. Mm-hmm. Not only because they've become indebted to them for the various amounts of money that have been thrown their way. We use money, warp tokens in a very loose fashion here. Skaven wealth that have been thrown at them, but they've paid that back 100-fold and are used to move troops from one place to another in a way that the Under Empire misses, because it's above ground as they make their way across the ocean. It's a very un-Skaven-like way of dealing with things. Now, while we're obviously bigging up what is a particularly potentially powerful Skaven Lord, let's try to temper this as you're thinking about S tier, C tier, B tier, A tier. Try to temper this with what's also to come. This is not one of the great warlord clans. This is an ally and a mover of the great warlord clans. This is not one of the great clans. This is not one of the clans that dominate all of Skaven society. This is an independent group that lies within and between all of these other major factions. And all of these major factions both petition, work with, and attempt to dominate this particular clan. Try to remember, this is not a great clan. This is not one of the most important. It is, however, a unique clan. Clan Scurvy came from nowhere and in 200 years built up an entire navy. It is worth noting, though, that when we come to the high seas, the high elves kick their ass. When it comes to the high seas, the dark elves kick their ass. Don't think that the Skaven now dominate the oceans more than anyone else. They absolutely don't. Their ships are crap. They sink all the time. They're terrible. There's rats swimming around going, crap, we're drowning. But that's part of the fun of being Skaven, right? Nothing ever works perfectly. Do you want to go?
I would say I would very healthily note that until the insanity of the end times, if his fleet fought any other fleet in open warfare, they're going to get the absolute shit kicked out of them.
Absolutely. So I try to temper this with some reality. This is not someone who leads, for example, Clan Eshin, which is pretty much leads the entirety of the East as far as Skaven are concerned. But what we do have here, though, is that a really influential Skaven warlord who pretty much holds all of Skaven resources on the high seas. And that is something which has given them a unique position in Skaven society. They have carved out something that nobody else has. Now, does that make him S tier? That's up to you. I'm not going to say where I think he sits, because I'm pretty convinced, because he is almost memeable in terms of where he is, that he's going to potentially rank higher than maybe I think he should. But he is, without any shadow of a doubt, quite different to our previous two. Our previous two are, in one case, a political, religious individual. In the other case, an individual who runs one of the lesser clans and has managed to carve out their own position with it. But is this as low as that? Yeah, it's up to you. Higher than that? Yeah, it's up to you. What do we think for our Skaven Pirate Lord?
All right, the polls have started. And, once again, things to keep in mind of how you decide to rank him is up to you. Totally. He's noted to be a pretty terrifying kick-ass warrior. He has a warpstone duckfoot pistol that has, I think, 5 barrels that shoots warpstone ammunition, which is terrifying. and he's got like a really cool looking set of armor. Though if you ever use him, 4th edition has excellent inspiration for the kind of stuff he would have, but you really got to dial up his stats because his stats are terrible.
His stats are so bad.
It's like, remember, this is a 200-plus-year-old warlord.
Yeah, I mean,
Titan.
and trust me, in this one, the stats are terrible. I designed the game. I can pretty much say, in black and white terms, are his stats wrong? Completely. They are terrible. They are the worst. Whoever started out that particular Skaven deserves to be taken out and shot by a large Warpstone Duckfoot pistol. Because no.
There will be no S tiers this stream because only the Great Horned Rat is worthy of S tier.
That's wrong. I think you should allow S tier. I think that's wrong.
Because I can only have 4 spots on the YouTube thing, so one of the letters had to go, and the Horned Rat dominates S tier alone.
Oh. Boo.
You boo this man.
So, have we got any super chats to pick on while we wait for that vote to come in?
Let me double check. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
So we're at here.
Elijah.
Elijah, I restatted Vrisk. He's a prime villain in my game. There you go.
Nice. I'd be interested to see how high you started him, Elijah. I can almost guarantee it's probably less than I would if I was doing him. You tend to find that some of my characters have truly stupendous statistics.
I can't tell y'all how many times I've watched LAWhammer and something will happen and I'll go, the who has a what level of success?
yeah, totally.
What is this bullshit? Mr. Vorn, slide aside. Do you think Thankful in game would head up Clan Scrutin as that is his origin, or would he be exiled? So do I think they would put him with Clan Scrutin? Yes. Though Clan Scrutin, which we'll actually talk about this when we'll get to Critislick, has a really complicated history because different authors have not communicated about what it's supposed to be. So what it actually is differs wildly from author to author. But we'll talk about that when we get to Critislick. The Predator Rule 75, thank you very much. Underwater, you say. So he works closely with fishmen, I say. I would say undeniably he has had encounters with the fishmen. I would be willing to bet a ridiculous amount of money on that.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps he even trades with them. Who could say? Cole Patterson, what would he think of Scretch half dead? As long as Scretch remembered who he belonged to, as far as Vrisk is concerned, very, very useful, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, you're dead, but you still work. The idea of capturing giant fish monsters and carving them out from the inside to make them into part ships, I could see him approaching Clan Boulder and being like, hey, let's make this a thing. I think he would find it very interesting. So long as Noctilus was left at a safe distance. Way. Christopher Clayton, are we tiering the clans or the council rats? Both.
It's a bit of both because they represent their clans. Some of them directly control their clans like weapons. And that being the case, the clan by default almost becomes a part of the tiering of those individual characters. But if we're being incredibly blunt, it's just the council rats themselves. But that's picking it apart from the clans is like,
yeah, it's like how do you
possible.
How do you separate like Nurglitch from Pestilence, right?
Indeed. If we were to say we're going to rank the leaders of the world, a part of that would be discussing each country that they represent and what they bring to the table. So in many respects, it is both.
Yep. Mornington Crescent, Vrisk and Fishman, the untold love story. Sure, why not?
Sure, if you wish. I'm also going to bring up a comment there from Elijah. Nothing above 100, but several at 100. I'll just bring in one small little anecdote to finish off in this one. When I was designing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, I brought up an issue with the core design ethos that the game had. And I presented it to Cubicle 7, and I said, there is an issue here with playing a D100 game and stats passing 100. And that's a scaling problem. What can we do? Because I think that if we limit ourselves to 100, how do we put a Bloodthirster on the same stats as Gotrek, on the same stats as a Villager, on the same stats as a giant rat? These things all need to work together. How do we do it? And the reply I got was very much, well, let's just not worry about 100 being the max. And I was like, great, that's what I'll design around. And I did. So the core stats as they set, 100 is not the maximum. by any stretch at all. And Vrisk is a fine example of a character who should not only break the 100, but at least one of the stats should break 200. So that's when I say my version of the stats would look very, very different to what's currently the official version. Because yeah,
keep in mind, like, I mean, you're dealing with a rat that's had 200 plus years of horrific political experience, battle experience, warfare, assassination attempts, and he has the literal gift of a god running in his veins.
And that's the bit that you can't forget. He's an avatar of a god. The Council of 13, as much as we've been dancing around it, are imbued by the Horned Rat with a portion of the Horned Rat's power. That makes them effectively immortal. And that doesn't mean they can't be killed. They can. But in terms of they're never going to age under normal circumstances, some of them are so old, though, that when they touched the great pillar, 13-sided pillar, that they were already on various machines keeping them alive, and they still have those machines keeping them alive. Having said that, though, they are effectively avatars of gods. They are somewhat equivalent to the elven avatars and how they represent themselves. Do not think that the Council of 13 are just Skaven. They are much, much more than that, but they are eminently very killable. Thanquol could kill one, for example.
Yes. Twitch chat. Did any of y'all catch which letter won on y'all's? Because I was not looking and it went away. So if any of y'all got it, I would really appreciate it, because otherwise I'm gonna have to make y'all vote again. But I'd rather not. Because
you voting B due to him being a fishman plant.
Okay, B1. Okay,
B1.
Okay, that's interesting. So if Twitch chat had gone A, they would have. I think they would have changed the vote. But since they agreed with YouTube chat,
it's B.
B is the answer.
Okay, so where would I have placed it? I would have been hard pushed here. And after much thought, I would have wanted to put it A, but I would have put it B. So I completely agree with you yet again. So far, in terms of what I think, 3 for 3. Good job.
Yeah, I agree. I would have gone B as well.
I mean, I'd want to do A because of how much he has done in his life and how much of a difference that he has made for the Skaven. He has literally pioneered, as Sotek put it, in a completely different direction for the Skaven. But I would say that in the greater scheme of things, he has not, as of yet, reached the point where he can vie for power with the most influential of the various other members of the Council of 13. But given another 100 years, if the world had lived that long, give yet another change for how far the Skaven can or cannot move in the future of what could have been the Warhammer world, and I think he would have definitely shifted up from being in a B position to an A. But as of yet, I don't think he's quite there.
There you go. All right. On to seat number 8.
Is that Mancarver? I'm
going to
find my list. Grisneck Mancarver. Oh, Clan Scab. Oh, this is a super fun one. Okay, so Clan Scab, tell us, Sotek, why should we pay attention to our 8th seat over our 5th seat? What is it that Clan Scurvy gazes over at when Clan Scab raises a paw?
Okay, so Clan Scab is genuinely very interesting because they go in a direction that might catch y'all a bit off guard. Contrary to their name, because Skaven tend to have like goofy, gross names, you may hear Clan Scab and go, oh, that's another Pestilence guy. No, they're not. They have nothing to do with Pestilence whatsoever. Clan Scab is a warlord clan. And what's interesting is that they are not a thrall clan. They're a genuine warlord clan that stands on their own 2 feet. What's interesting about them is that the big note that has been around since 2nd edition Wolfrup in regards to Clan Scab is the quote that they were once one of the greatest clans to ever live. But now they're not. They have had a pretty hard fall from grace. And Clan Scab supposedly used to be one of the mighty clans and for many years had pretty strong dominance over the Storm Vermin trade, which is something you see a lot with the Warlord clans, is they often try to have the best Storm Vermin, the best equipped, the best trained, the biggest, the meanest.
Fighters.
Yeah. That is something that Warlord clans compete for very, very heavily, and something you'll hear a lot about when we get a little higher seats in a minute with 2 clans in particular. But when it comes to Clan Scab, there was a time, a good number of years ago, depending on where you start the timeline, but right around the end of the 2400s, so right before Karl Franz takes the throne, according to some sources, depending on who you ask. But they had a reputation of the absolute best Stormvermin whatsoever. And in about 2499, according to some calendars, the big thing they did is they managed to take over Undernull. So they grabbed control of a very important, very prominent Undercity, and they completely dominated it, took over control, and started laying the groundwork for eventually, one day, rising up to try and take over the city. Now, you may hear that and go, Skaven under Nuln trying to rise up. Wait a minute, I know this story. And yes, you do know this story. It involves a certain Grayseer Thankul and a good old Gotrek and Felix. Clan Scab were the main movers and shakers behind that. Yeah. They managed to get the Council of 13 to enough members. It wasn't unanimous by any means, but they got enough members to agree that they should rise up and attack Nuln. And all of the greater clans participated. Different clans contributed various things. If you've read the book, it's a really fun thing because each of the greater clans has like a whole couple of chapters dedicated to their personal scheme. But something really, really deeply went wrong. And that thing was called Thankul. Because Thankul, if you've read that book, does a marvelous job, depending on how you view things, either being failed by his underlings or totally not on purpose sabotaging his various so-called allies because he doesn't want someone else's glory to exceed his own. Not to mention there's this annoying dwarf slayer and his manling friend running around screwing everything up. Ultimately, the plot to take over Thankul or take over Nuln fails quite badly. And the under Nuln not only suffers horrific losses, but now the people controlling Nuln know that they're down there, which makes the situation even worse for them. And Clan Scab loses a significant amount of investment. To the point that a great amount of their Stormvermin and a lot of their greatest investments, some of their best breeders and a bunch of other resources are destroyed by the counterattacks from the people of Nuln. And this left poor the poor old warlord, Mancarver, in a really bad spot because they had a hard fall from grace, and the Stormvermin of Clan Scab were no longer the best of the best. They lost that role to some other clans that we'll talk about later. So Grisnecht Mancarver, as far as he himself is concerned, there's not a ton of information about him. You could tell by his name, he probably is well established, considering they took over under Nuln, probably an Empire clan, probably have been in the Empire and fought humans for a very, very long time. But there's not a lot of notes about him other than if you read the Thankul series, Thankul appears before the Council of 13, the first book, and Mancarver hates him on such a level it cannot be expressed. Because he blames Thankul for everything that happened.
Rightly so too. So what we have here is a Skaven warlord from a warlord clan. And I would argue very possibly Mancarver may be the most powerful combatant on the Council of 13. So if he was going toe for toe with another Skaven, he's most likely going to win against most and possibly any of the other in the Council of 13 because he comes from a heritage of the most powerful Stormvermin. He comes from a heritage of the best fighters. This Clan Scab, is known for having the best fighters. He is probably the strongest individual combatant, but he is also not the most politically savvy. Thankul screwed him up. And his clan was screwed up in turn because of that. In the greater scheme of things, this is something that, give a generation of Tuor Skaven, that's a few years, is going to very quickly change again because the rise and the fall of Skaven is quick. It moves and turns very quickly. So his fall from grace at the end of about 2500, 2499, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Just before Karl Franz is put to the throne, if we go by standard dating. that in no way means that come the end times, he won't be extraordinarily powerful, because he has the breeding of a clan that is the best warriors and the training that comes with it. But the fall so near the end of the world means that this particular warlord is not seen in the same light that many others, as we can move on to them, definitely will be. You're wanting to have a quick, easy way to sum up. Where would you put him in terms of the ABCDs? Because we're definitely not S'ing this one. Definitely not. I'm not going to even come close to arguing this one. Is that we probably have, out of all of them, the one who could kick living shit out of any of the other on the Council of 13 if it was a one-on-one. But it never will be, ever. Because they're always surrounded by their clans, their power bases, their capabilities. But he is probably absolutely kick-ass. He's probably, of all of the various individuals here, the one that I would be most afraid of if I was going to go toe-to-toe against them and we weren't worrying about things like disease, which means that clearly Nurglitch wins every single time. But he is almost certainly terrifyingly powerful in combat. But it's not just about that. We are listing what they are capable of doing. And he, in recent times, near the end times, has lost a significant amount of his political sway. So that may move him up or down according to what you think. If you think that his bullishness and his ability to get what he wants in place purely by his physical might is important, move him up a bit. If you think that the loss that he has occurred because of Thanquol and the loss in Nuln should be taken into account, drop it down a bit. Entirely up to yourself. But what we can say is that he is the warlord of one of the great warlord clans, but not one of the great clans. And that clan is currently in a twilight period before it moves towards a new dawn.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting is that when he touched the Black Pillar, he very likely was in charge of one of, if not the absolute most powerful warlord clans at the time.
Yeah, I think, we're talking, there's not that many warlord clans that can claim to be top tier, because the great four clans often claim that. But yeah, he would have been right up there. And his fall from grace is very recent.
Yeah, especially because the other two big warlord clans we'll talk about rely very heavily on coasting where their capitals are, because they're able to take advantage of that with Carrigate Peaks and Crookback Mountain. Whereas Clan Scab did not have that. They purely had a warrior culture they were coasting on instead. And I think you can also, I agree very much with Andy, that I think you can really see a lot of his warrior nature of, I'm going to go in there and kill everyone and take it because I'm that scary and powerful, that he kind of jumped the gun for the Great Ascendancy of saying, oh yeah, no, we could totally go take over Nuln. Now, like, that's where we're going to start, and I am going to initiate the fall of the Empire. He had that much confidence, which says a lot about him.
It does. Thinking that you can survive coming above ground in the middle of the Empire, and hold it speaks a lot. Speaks to his character, and the fact that it failed was not because the plan was wrong per se. It was what was arrayed against him. And yeah, he's an interesting person, and it's up to yourselves where you place him, A, B, C, or D. I know where I'd place him. It may surprise, it may not surprise. He is, I think, an interesting choice because he is multiple things at once, an exceedingly powerful individual, but with a clan that's currently seen to be on the back foot. But a warrior clan nonetheless, someone that will be constantly feared by the other council members because of his physical might and the might of his storm vermin, while simultaneously he's lost so many of them recently that everyone will be trying to gang up against him, so perhaps he has less political power than he once used to. There's lots of different ways that you could try and pitch this in your own minds, but it's up to you how you vote.
Yep. And super chats while we're waiting for the polls are up. So please go
Excellent.
vote.
I'm excited by this.
Tental, Thanquol failing upwards, quite relatable. Yeah, so there is a genuine thing of that disabling and screwing over Clan Scab. I'm sure the other members of the Council 13 went, oh yes, perfect. I can now take over this power vacuum. And we're very, very pleased with Thanquol. Whereas obviously he was not.
Totally.
Same box. Got here late, but glory be to the Great Horned Rat, the Lords of Decay, and the Chittering Lorebeards, or Lore Whiskers in this case. Yeah. Lord Mastamundi, if the Skaven Council members have stats up to 200, what would my highest stat sit around? Says Lord Mastamundi.
Oh, I haven't even thought about trying to translate something like Mazdamundi. My
He'd
goodness.
be bonkers.
Yeah, he would be proper bonkers. In a way that you would look at it as a PC and go, I could never be that good. And the answer is, yeah, you're right, you wouldn't. He's Lord Mazdamundi, for goodness
He's only
sake.
got a 10,000 year head start on you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. And I think that's the biggest thing that often can be a bit of a struggle for DMs is that if you're going to use like a special character and you want to represent them accurately, you got to keep in mind that if your PCs are in any way realistic and that character is in any way realistic, they do not stand a chance. Yeah. They just don't.
Yeah, it's true.
Like they might be able to be part of a great machine, so they could be a cog in the machine that defeats said special character. But them like getting into a punch out with said special character, absolutely not.
Yeah, totally. But it's Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, which is a joy because you can always crit. You can always take down one of these great characters. You
might get super lucky and like
it's a weird. Dangerous game where everybody can die, even when they appear to be statted like a god. Things can go wrong because that's the nature of how those rules work. So that's super fun.
Very much so.
I'm just going to bring up this one. Say, I run a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay game where my PCs are special characters, basically.
You can do that too.
I think you'll find that LAWhammer sort of runs down that route as well, because I purposely designed our group around being not typical, because everybody out there who typically plays Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay plays a bunch of nobodies who sort of fall into a mess, where I made a party and we built a party that was a bunch of somebodies who were going to become something even more important and head towards potentially being important figures in the end times should we ever reach that point. So I think Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay as a rule set allows for both types of play, but because nobody out there was playing that sort of game, I decided that LAWhammer was going to be that sort of game.
Yeah, and that is not to say that you can't find ways as PCs or a clever GM to take on ridiculously legendary special characters. But to be fair, there's also a huge difference between fighting like Queek Headtaker and Lord Mastamundi. That is a vast
Queek. Yeah.
Like Queek would be far more powerful than most PC groups unless they're specifically designed for it. But like even that, compared to Mastamundi is nothing.
Yeah, it's true fact.
Compared to Mastamundi.
So where's our vote?
All right, so we are at it is now over. And although Twitch or YouTube chat was pretty split, they had a little bit higher on C. Twitch chat was very firmly on C. So he just a little bit ends up in C tier. But there was a lot of B votes. It was almost 4% B.
So this is our first vote where we have bucked the actual seat positioning almost, in that we have ourselves two lords that are equally positioned, Clan Scurvy's Lord and Clan Scab's Lord of Decay, but they are separated because of where we voted them into B and C. And I agree. I agree because he has suffered massively of late. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been a clear B for me. Not great clan leader, not somebody who led the greatest warlord clan, but somebody who led a clan that had the best fighters. By any measure, they were the best warriors. And that would have given them a special position, much like holding the Skaven fleet holds a special position. But because of his latest setbacks, it seems only fair to knock him down to a C.
All right, and now we get to what is maybe the most amusing one, though
we've got one other thing to do first.
We do?
Yes, we do. We've got two C's, which means we have to decide which is better out of those two C's, because we get to call the ties.
Yeah, I personally think they are in the correct order.
So you think that okay, I agree. But you just to make sure we are very clear here, you think that our Arch Pontifex is more important than our and you know what, I agree. I think that our Arch Pontifex holds much more political power because of his close relations to Clan Pestilence.
Yeah, I agree. The doubling the Pestilence vote is huge.
It's huge. So I think that definitely puts him ahead of poor old Clan Scab's Mancarver. For all I really quite like Mancarver as a character, I think that he is definitely sitting down there as a C. And I think you have accurately placed him.
All right. It is time for seat number 4.
Oh, it's Paskrit, isn't it? Oh, this is one of my
Yes.
faves. Paskrit the Vast. Now, you might go, Paskrit the Vast? Who the hell is that? And you won't be the first one to pose this particular one, because as you're about to find out, Paskrit the Vast not only is not exactly well detailed for someone who is supposedly so bloody huge, Paskrit the Vast isn't really even pinned down properly on a clan. And this is one of those ones where you might find that we may go in a slightly different direction than what you might expect.
Yeah. So, Paskrit the Vast, officially, according to every piece of lore that has been written, does not have any canonical clan affiliation. But
Crazy.
that theoretically might make sense, because Paskrit the Vast has a title, and he is the Grand General of all Scavendom, the Warlord General of all Scavendom. So there could be the idea that Paskrit does not have a clan affiliation because whatever, is supposed to be above all of that, because it is supposed to direct all of the different clans. It's supposed to be the Grand General who organizes all the strategies. The only real big things we know about Paskrit is that he's super fat. He is gigantic. I'm going to be controversial here. My big headcanon.
Let's see if you're as controversial as I am.
Is I actually think Paskrit should be a rat mother.
I also think Paskrit is a rat mother. So that's interesting. We both think the same thing.
Yeah. I think it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yes. Paskrit the Vast has long been in my own headcanon, and it is only my headcanon. Let's be very clear about that. But Paskrit the Vast has always been a female Skaven for me. She is not from any clan because she has bred with multiple clans. Many of the great warlords have been birthed from her, and she is the great overall general of them all for a host of very powerful reasons. I find it farcical that the Horned Rat cares whether one is male or female. The idea of that is just ridiculous. So I think the idea that at least one of the brood mothers had got up there and touched is beyond doubt going to have happened. And I very much like the idea of making sense of that using the Warlord title. That, however, is secondary to the character itself. The character itself is sitting, 1, 2, 3, 4 seats down. So we're some seats down from the actual top itself. But a character who can probably not wield any clan, but can wield all the clans. So the one who makes the overall responsible decisions for the clans as a whole going to war. So you could argue that without Paskrit the Vast's support, you wouldn't have had the uprising in Nuln. So they definitely got the support of the Council of 13, but Paskrit the Vast would probably be the one who would make the final call as to whether Clan Scab could move up or down. And indeed, most of the primary decisions when it comes to war probably go through Paskrit the Vast. So Paskrit, in terms of overall power, centers very much on war. Don't think of Paskrit as the great political leader. This is the one who makes the decisions about war. Do we take Lustria? Do we not, as a council? So I would say this is a voice that may not be sitting right beside the Horned Rat, but is a voice that carries potentially further than you think.
Yeah, the other thing for me about Paskrit the Vast that's so fascinating to think about is imagine this great, bloated, which they're often described as like much larger. The sexual dimorphism of Skaven is the females tend to be much larger than the males. Though there's some indication that may be due to effects, not necessarily completely natural. Yeah. But Paskrit the Vast being this large, bloated, carried around on a palanquin, constantly serviced by the rats, just eating constantly. And if you've seen LAWhammer, almost having like all these teats that all these rats young are constantly feeding from, even in the midst of council meetings. But Paskrit, one of the most important forms of political power in Scavendom, when it comes to wealth, there's primarily 2 different kinds of wealth, which is warp tokens and breeding rights. Breeding rights are fucking huge in Scavendom. You'll see it in all different Black Library books, where often when there are negotiations, there are talks about breeding rights. There are talks when like you'll have like a Skaven general trying to get one of their captains or their storm vermin to perform better. They'll be like, whoever gets the head of so and so will get breeding rights. And it's a huge thing. And having this like the great mother of Skavendom, where she has children in every single clan, and her offspring are the best offspring. Like where her offering breeding rights is like one of the most tantalizing things that could possibly offer to a clan. Of having her offspring in your clan is a big fucking deal. Makes for a fascinating character. Once again, very headcanon-y. We know nothing about Paskrit. We don't know jack shit about Paskrit.
But we do, because we know that Paskrit is the warlord general of all Skavendom.
We know that about Paskrit.
And that is kind of immense. But much like Paskrit itself, kind of immense. This is the individual who is responsible for overall war matters and sits right in the middle of the council. So you've got 3 above and 3 below in terms of the overall circle of position. Sits right in the middle, looking both at those who are influential on one side and those who have specialities and less influential on the other. This is a super difficult one to place. And that's not because we don't have a great deal of detail. I think we have more than enough detail to place it. The question is, how much does that matter? The details we have is this character sits right in the middle between the great clans and on the other side, the lesser clans, right in the middle, and is responsible for largely war. And that's big stuff for the end times in particular when the Skaven go to war. Paskrit is the one who makes all the overall decisions there. This is a potentially very influential, but simultaneously, remember, no clan affiliation. This is not a character representing a great wodge of individual clans. But you could headcanon your way to a host of other influences. But that is headcanon. You can be influenced by that as much as you like.
I do just want to bring this up.
It's big.
Yeah, for people because this is a totally reasonable take to have when you're hearing about Skaven going, that doesn't make sense. Skaven are not like real rats in a lot of ways, but Skaven females are huge. Yeah, like they're not in tabletop terms, they're not infantry sized, they're monstrous sized. Yeah. Rat mothers or brood mothers are fucking huge.
Yeah, they are quite different to the Skaven males. The Skaven males are basically the drones, and the Skaven females are the queens. And the males just go out and drone about all over the place, doing all the warrior fighting stuff. And they're very, very different from each other. Skaven are not like rats. For all that we like to say, they're just rat people, aren't they? Skaven have been made something really quite different. So loosely, pitching this one is a toughie because no great clan affiliation, but I am by the Horned Rat's decision representative of all the warrior clans at the same time, which they, of course, will not like. So we've got a lovely in-betweeny position, seesawing on one side and the other. It's up to you where you place. And again, I would suggest that I agree with Sotek that we don't S-tier up on this one, we ABC, but I am going to make a petition for S-tiering some of the later ones, at least as a potential.
As long as you look forward to getting slapped down on almost all those, sure.
We just don't put a D on for some of them, because some of them are not going to be Ds.
That's fair, that's fair.
So in this case, it's entirely up to yourself where you drop it. I know where I think she, and in my head, she's a she no matter what you say. In my head, I know where I think she sits, but you might completely disagree and put her somewhere elsewhere. I am not going to say where I think she sits, but I will say that we have a character who clearly doesn't have necessarily the same temporal power in terms of entire clan or clans at their disposal, but has a very different sort of power. Where do you think that ranks on our A, B, C, and D?
Yeah, so whether you think it's a dude or a gal, dudette,
doesn't matter,
or whatever. The only other thing I actually do want to add for Paskrit is for Paskrit to be known as the Vast, being like this gigantic fat Skaven, which they do know that they're a big old fat thing. That means wealth. Skaven have an extremely fast metabolism. Becoming fat for a Skaven is really fucking hard. It is not easy to be able to take in enough calories like that. You have to have like growth hormones and all sorts of shit to get that level of fat. Now, there are some fat Skaven that pop up from time to time, and they are all disgustingly wealthy. But anyway, here we go.
Votes off. Do we have any extra chats in?
We do.
Excellent.
Biofun. I'm voting B because she's a fishman plant. They never know.
It's actually just a fishman.
Yeah,
As fan theories go, that's a crazy one.
It's a big fish. Let's see. Downman, adding on to your fan theory, which I really love, super interesting, fits with their role/title. What if she's an albino brood mother? So when Skaven warlords free with her, get blessed offspring.
Yeah, definitely a potential.
Watch LAWhammer, no comment. I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
Dynamite again. Can vermin lords breed with brood mothers? If so, do they just produce normal Skaven or something else? Okay, so demons, etheric entities breeding with physical entities can happen. It has happened.
I mean,
it is
Warhammer World.
Really,
anything can happen.
Yeah, it's really messy, and it tends to be rare, but it does definitely happen. So could this have happened? Yes. Have I ever seen it written anywhere? No.
Would it almost certainly be a horrific abomination that was born? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to pull up a quick one there from Farseer Aradale. Andy, we've got to put some ground rules. You can't just come over and put your homebrews on the list. What if we all did that? No, I agree, which is why I qualified it so many times. Because I agree completely with you there. But I think the core of what the character is beyond simply what I was suggesting could be it. I'm also really amused that both of us thought the same thing.
Yeah, to be fair, if you come to Lorebeards, you should expect that we're going to say some weird shit a lot, because anyone could just go on the wikis, though I wouldn't recommend necessarily always doing that by any means, or getting the books and just reading it. That isn't interesting. That's not what we're here to do. There's a billion other YouTube channels that do that, and I think it's boring and dumb. We're here to critical think and try and fill in gaps. And when you're dealing with something like Pasquet the Vast, there's like 3 sentences.
so we're it's absolutely an option where we can say, given everything that we have, this seems to be a very likely outcome. But that in no way changes the power and capability of the character. You could argue that it makes it both stronger and weaker in different ways. So I don't think it makes any difference to the overall ABCD rating.
Magladroth, in regards to demon children, isn't Arcana Bellacor's son? Yes, though Be'lakor possessed a human to do that. But yes, he absolutely is. And that's something, I don't remember what stream it was, but we talked about that on a stream.
Yeah. And Be'lakor's done that more than once as well. So
Be'lakor has had a ton of
shitloads of kids. Yeah, totally.
But yeah, there's quite a few demonic. I mean, think of like the children of Ulrich. Canonically, Ulrich has gone around banged a bunch of people, which he's, according to most sources, an etheric entity. So you might be like, oh, he shouldn't be able to do that, but he totally does. Well, that's interesting.
So where's it sitting?
Huh. So it's between B and A.
Oh.
Twitch chat went A. Twitch is all in on A. YouTube is having a spat. Decent amount of C votes. Okay, if you're on YouTube, get in your votes now. Like, chop. I'm about to end this, and I see people are still voting.
See which way it sits.
I'll give y'all until my clock goes up 1 more minute.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So if you're sitting there, do put your votes in.
Lord Sarthinius, thank you very much. That would be the Mordheim stream. Ah, God, we almost need like a directory.
We do now. So many things we've discussed.
All right, I'm ending it now.
Okay, where has our marvelous Lord of Decay landed? Pasquet the Vast.
Pasquet the Vast has, with support from Twitch chat, just with a little bit of breath, ended up at B. But
sounds fair.
A was right on the tail.
So that means we have to now choose between Clan Scurvy, I believe, and Pasquet.
Oh, that's a hard one.
I'm not sure it is.
I agree. I think it's just like that, actually.
So you think Paskrit is less than scurvy?
No, I'd put it like this.
You put it that way. You think Paskrit's more than scurvy?
Like if it was between them as individuals, I'd have risk above. But when I'm thinking about what their roles are for Skavendom, there's no fucking way in my mind that the fucking naval guy is above the Grand General.
Yeah, so I agree. I think if I was just doing this myself and I was figuring it out, I would also place her, because she's a her in my head, at a B. In that she's not one of the great clans. She's certainly not up there by the Horned Rat. She is definitely not of the enormous influence that some of the characters to come definitely are. But she holds an exceedingly important position in Skaven society. And in my head, she has absolutely no clan affiliation, which means that Clan Scurvy, which does have a large clan affiliation, has some advantages. But I think that the overall position that they hold over potentially multiple clans and the right to call how wars will land, which warrior clans will be involved, which ones won't, and which ones will be allowed command of particular areas is significant. So I would definitely put her above Clan Scurvy, which is in the greater scheme of Skaven not that influential because it rules a part of the world that the Skaven don't really care that much about, but it does provide a whole access to a part of the Warhammer world that they would otherwise never be able to get close to. So I'd say B and ahead of Scurvy.
Yep,
I'd say so. Yeah, we're going to be off to one of the big ones next, I think.
Yeah, pretty much only big ones left.
Yeah, this is when it starts getting interesting because you start realizing we're hitting our big ones and they're not necessarily in the orders that you expect because we're hitting our 9th seat now, and our 9th seat's still pretty far down the list.
Yep.
Really quite far down the list, and I have a personal reason for why I think it's down here, but we move on to the Grand Night Lord, isn't it? Grand Night Lord? I have to go check my list. Sneak.
Yeah. Sneak.
Grand Night Lord Sneak. The make it quite clear here.
The most cleverly named of the Lords of Decay.
Super clever. Of a grand clan. So we're now moving past our core clans to a grand clan. And a grand clan in comparison to a standard clan is a clan that has multiple clans underneath it. So various groupings of Skaven who all work in the same direction as this one. So we're moving to the first of our great examples of Skavendom. The Lord of Decays who rule not just a clan, but multiple clans. And this one is, for a position all the way down at 9, a big one.
Yeah, so Grand Night Lord Sneak, I bet you'll never be able to guess who he's in charge of. But yes, the Night Lord is the ruler of Clan Eshin. And the Night Lord is kind of a funny thing in that there is, of course, a significant amount of lore adjacent to him, and also about his clan, but Night Lord Sneak is always left very deliberately mysterious. There are notes about that no one in the Council of 13 even knows what he looks like, because he always sits in this weird magical shadow that doesn't allow any light in, and the only thing people have ever seen of him are his red eyes gleaming out from the horrible darkness that he is hiding in. Though, according to various notes about him that we have in the lore, it is said that Night Lord Sneak, according to, I think it's the 4th edition Skaven Army book, is just as deadly as the greatest of his Death Masters. That he is still a practiced assassin, despite the fact that he, sits on the council. And that there is, the big thing is that he actually, amusingly, has survived a lot of assassination attempts almost to keep in practice. There's a famous story about Clan Pestilence trying to kill him, where they designed a really horrible, nasty disease, and the Clan Pestilence representative threw it at him, and just before it was about to explode, Sneak, seemingly very casually, just reached out his hand and caught it right before it was going to hit anything, and then immediately murdered everyone else in the room. and he moves so fast in the times that he has been seen to move, just as a blur of shadow, that other Skaven don't see him move. Which, if you know anything about Skaven, means that he is moving fucking fast, like freakishly fast, unnaturally, one might say.
It's almost like he's the avatar of a god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He, of course, is in charge of good old. Actually, there is a fun note about him, where he. I think it's in the Thankwell novel where you see his. I think his hands, where he has each of his claws has symbols carved on it in Cathayan runes. Interestingly, not Queekish. Of course, there are a lot of theories and mysteries about where the Skaven learned many of their talents. Now that Grand Cathay is getting expanded, we're starting to have a lot of those questions answered when it comes to like the power of Yin and everything with the Moon Empress and all this stuff. Which, if you want to know more about that, go check out our Grand Cathay streams where we talk a lot about that.
Yeah,
But Lord Sneak, like all great assassins, trained over in the Far East before coming over to the West. And Clan Action is a pretty big fucking deal. They don't have the numbers might that a lot of the other clans do.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree because they're in the East.
True.
They don't have numbers in the West, but they absolutely
in the old world they don't. East. Yeah, in the old world, they don't project.
They're a relatively small force, but in terms of overall Skavendom as a whole, they are one of the great clans. And do not dismiss that. They hold the East. They control it. They control it all. They are of equal power to Clan Pestilence in terms of how much Pestilence controls in the South and the West in terms of their overall power. Clan Eshin are huge. But in the West and in Skavenblight, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's which to answer some questions in chat, Clan Eshin in most sources, especially more recent sources, is far more heavily associated with Cathay, not Nippon. There are mentions that they
originally it's Nippon. Yeah, originally it was Nippon. 100% Nippon because they were ninjas.
Yeah, later sources changed it to Cathay, which was weird before.
I think that's only because they focused on Cathay. I imagine the second they do their version of Nippon, it will go back to Nippon again.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because that's loosely speaking where they get most of their iconography and their overall look. Having said that, though, when I was building up some Clan Eshin Skaven, they were given Cathayan bonuses and extras. Like, for example, it's very common to find some of the Clan Eshin Cathayan having big, long, droopy whiskers, like they've got big, long Chinese moustaches. It's very silly, but quite common. So I have a couple of things that I'm going to say about this one, and that is, do not be fooled. Because Clan Eshin is multiple things, but what it is not is a political mover and shaker in the same way that others are, because they have always pitched themselves as a clan that responds to the needs of others. They are far more balanced in terms of how Skaven generally pitch themselves. Skaven are all about, I will take control. But note where Clan Eshin sits on the Council of 13. It's exactly in the halfway point, with 3 on one side and 3 on the other. Because Clan Eshin is employed by others to assassinate, is employed by others to do things. Clan Eshin is a great balancer. It sits between yin and yang. It sits right in the middle. It is a very Eastern clan that thinks completely differently to the other great clans. They have a culture that is so alien to many Skaven that most of them simply don't understand them at all. Clan Eshin is not just one clan because it's a great clan, much like Clan Pestilence, indeed any of the great clans. It is multiple clans all coming from the East, and all the Eastern faces and clans are underneath their rule, but they don't rule in the same way that the other Skaven clans do. Instead, they simply are. And this means that the power that they wield is not quite the same as the other clans, who grab hold of power and yank it in one direction or another. Clan Eshin are a bit different. They're constantly the ones who play the balance of power. They hold a very important position inside Skaven thinking, because assassination, sneakiness, and cunning is a core component of the Horned Rat. Only one component, but one of the core components. But it's not the one that comes to rule and dominate. It's the one that sits in the shadows. So when you're ranking good old, what's it, Sneak? I almost forgot his name there. Sneak. When you're ranking Sneak, think of his overall power. That's what we're looking at here. Are we looking at purely his capability to fight? If that's the case, he could almost take on anyone because he'll never take them on in hand-to-hand, face-to-face. He will always be the one that sneaks around and stabs you in the back. He is as good as his Death Masters because he's trained all the Death Masters. He's worked hand-in-hand with all of them. Sneak is most certainly exceedingly capable. The amount of individual Skaven he controls is enormous, but they're very rarely used to take control of other Skaven properties. What generally happens is they are used by other Skaven to assassinate, control them, and organize. However, if we go over to the east, the entirety of Clan Eshin is a very active component of the east. So they are directly working against Cathay, Nippon, End. All of that is Clan Eshin and possibly other clans underneath them. So do take that into consideration as well. But this is not somebody who goes onto the Council of 13 and generally has an opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty rare he talks. He does, but it's rare.
Indeed. And it's not because he sits on the balance. He sits on the middle, which means that he's not someone who's going to get the shit done. He's someone that responds to someone else getting the shit done. He's a very different type of character. And that makes him very hard to position in terms of our slots. This is the first time where I'm going to also petition that we open up S tier, because I think it's fair that S tier should be opened up for Clan Eshin. But at the same point, I would say if you think he's S tier, try to justify it. Why? Equally, if you think he's all the way down at C tier, justify it. Why? This is a character who is surprisingly for Skaven on balance. Now, I will say this is by Skaven standards. By Skaven standards, he's balanced. He is still a horrendously nasty, backstabby Skaven entity, just like the rest of them, power hungry and desperate to control like any Skaven. But by Skaven standards, he's super balanced and like, but that's by Skaven standards. In no regards is that by standard human standards. By human standards, he is the worst example of what Skaven can offer. He is, after all, one of the Lords of Decay. But where do you think he sits on the S to A to B to C? I know where I think he sits. May surprise
so I want to include a couple.
What do you think?
I want to include a couple of additional notes about him. So some other things that are very are good to know about Lord Sneak. In addition to that, like Andy said, one of the things I find quite fascinating about him is his personal involvement in training when it comes to like the greatest of the Deathmasters. Like Deathmaster Snitch knows Lord Sneak because Deathmaster Snitch is his favorite. But there's also some other things that he has been around for or participated in that you might find very interesting, and it might, you might find curious to talk about. This is a really, really good one to mention. Was although he was not yet necessarily on the Council 13, because we don't know the exact dates of when things kicked off. The Age of Darkness and Disharmony was when the Dragon Kids started fighting each other in Grand Cathay, and the Monkey King ends up taking over with help from Clan Eshin. Yep. Clan Eshin is the one that seems to be responsible for putting the idea in the Monkey King's head and supporting him. And Sneak would have been alive for this. He was around during this, because this took place right around that 2300 ballpark when he would have ascended to the Lord of Decay.
By this point, he's probably in charge of Clan Eshin.
Yeah, so he is very likely, well, I would say practically guaranteed to be involved. It might have been his idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which brought Cathay quite literally to its knees. It took the return of the Dragon Emperor and the Moon Empress to bring things back under control in Cathay's favor. You also have the note that, as we see in the second Thankful book, which actually has a fun amount of stuff involving Lord Sneak, that he is the one that sends Thankful and a big old army over to Lustria to stop the rise of a new Prophet of Sotek, because this was, the lore of it's a bit messy, because this was before Tehennawin was made, quote-unquote, immortal. But you get a big fight between a Prophet of Sotek rising up to potentially bring the war back to the Skaven, which in and of itself could still be a canonical thing of this lizard man that's been spawned, that's purifying a fallen city. I think it was Chukwa, and building up to be a big threat to the Skaven. And Lord Sneak manages to get things in enough ducks in a row that it ends up being that character, that lizard man, ends up being successfully assassinated. And that threat to the Skaven is prevented because Lord Sneak had tabs on it, despite the fact that it's literally on the other side of the planet. Which is interesting to think about. But with that...
Yeah. I'd also put one other point out about generally Clan Eshin, because Clan Eshin obviously vanished for ages and then came back again. And when they came back, they had always been, broadly speaking, a supporter of the Horned Rat and a supporter of the Council of 13 and ensuring that power was not unstable. They are, I think, as accurately popped out by Elijah Snow here, very much power brokers. Rather than necessarily power wielders. They're not ones who want to take control and command. They're ones that want it to be working correctly. They bring balance to the force, so to speak, in a very Skaven fashion. I'm interested to see where you place them, because it's very easy to go, S, because session. It's also very easy to go, yeah, he doesn't really have that much in the way of real power. Surely it should be this. B, it should be A, it should be D. Fuck those guys. I'd be interested to see where you place him. Really interested.
Yeah,
this is going to be a fun one.
Among the Lords of Decay, he easily suffers the most from the extreme focus on the old world, because the vast majority of what he's involved with in his dealings and stuff has nothing to do with the old world.
Absolutely, and you should consider that. But we are also discussing their power as overall Skaven. In many respects, the Council of 13 exists as it does today because of Clan Eshin. I would argue that he is responsible to a degree for the Council of 13 in its current state. But equally, he doesn't sit as the most powerful figure on that council. He sits in a position of balance. And that's, broadly speaking, what he's always done. He's tried to corral the lesser clans and to offer services to the great clans. He sits right in the middle. So what do you think? What does that sit on our A's to D, our S's to D's?
The last thing I'll say about him as y'all are voting is, rather amusingly, all of the other Lords of Decay really they try really hard not to get Sneak to agree with them ever, because often he doesn't say much, if anything. Yeah. But if he votes along with somebody else, that often results in a significant amount of votes going against Lord Sneak, because they distrust him so much because they're scared of him.
Quite rightly so.
Like, he doesn't say a lot. He's difficult to predict. So there are notes that he has often supported a vote, and the Skaven who he's supporting will be incensed that Lord Sneak bothered to speak up and support them, because it makes their position look bad, which is great.
So did we get any chats in this time? We must have got a few in.
I believe we did. Let me...
I'm not sure what our last one was.
Yeah, I just gotta scroll up to where I was, which was here. Maybe Be'lakor became the Master of Shadows to hide from all the people he cheated on.
Hell, yeah.
That's really funny.
Thanks to Federal rules.
Just constantly on the run. Lord Sarthenius, directory for Lorebeards? I volunteer. Yes. Hey,
go for it.
Go for it, please. Rexy, Eshin Clan cannot be above C, because the best way to defeat gutter runners, according to GoTrek Felix Butts, is to put a window between them and their target.
Yeah. I'm always amused by the GoTreks and Felix books, because they get some things so well, but they get other things so vastly different to what the army lists often suggest, leaving you in this weird place when you're reading them going, well, that's fucking awesome. What on earth has that got to do with anything else?
I will be eternally amused that... So Vermintide did a good job of, a lot of people don't know this, but the assassin enemy isn't an assassin. It's just a gutter runner. It's a pretty basic bitch Clan Eshin guy, but it always makes me so amused that, because they want the game to be fair, they talk really loud to let you know where they are. Where they're like, yes, kill you, yes, and you can like hear them. So you're like, oh, he's coming from that direction. But it's like, to be fair, they're just gutter runners, so maybe they're that fucking stupid.
Yeah, quite.
Cole Patterson, Sneak looks and acts like an evil Master Splinter. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Hagen, Eshin is the greatest. I am totally not biased. They are simply objectively the most. They saved Skavendom. They did end the first big civil war. Yeah.
They did. And I think that's something that should be considered because I think in many respects it speaks to the character of the clan. It's a clan that brings balance and takes the excesses of the overall Skaven nature into place. Oh, is that a split vote?
It finally happened.
Oh, Twitch
chat got to change the course of a vote for the first time.
Ooh.
So
what have we got?
Lord
I'm
Sneak
excited.
And Clan Eshin, because Twitch chat intervened, are officially A tier.
A tier.
YouTube, by like 1 or 2%, had them S tier, but Twitch chat was heavily A tier.
Well, there you go. Nice. So I 100% agree. And it's exactly where I'd place them. They are clearly above and beyond anyone that we've had so far. They are. And whilst they may be equally placed with the Warlord Paskrit of all Skavendom, I think that the enormous wealth of resources that Clan Eshin have, the enormous scope of influence that it has, places it above and beyond what the overall Warlord of all Skavendom can bring to the table. Clan Eshin, when they push in a particular direction, tend to get it. And the same is the case for Sneak. If Sneak wants something, Sneak tends to get it. The thing is, though, Sneak's character is not necessarily in that direction. He's not the sort, again, in Skaven terms here, he's very much the sort in terms of, if we were to compare him to a human, he would be the most avaricious and greedy of humans. But we're talking in Skaven terms here. In Skaven terms, he's a far more balanced individual. That being the case, I don't think he pushes deep into the influential nature of S tier that would be required for that. He doesn't have the same type of ambition. His ambition lies in a different place to the ambition of some of the other characters. That being the case, for me, he is 100% A, but he can't be put in the balanced place of B because too much power.
Yep. Dynaman, really good comment here, actually. Paskrit and Sneak being opposite of each other makes a lot of sense. Both of them are not designed to rule over the whole of Skaven. Instead, their power comes from others coming to them to employ their services in their own place of power. They're both bridge points in the great game of power in the council. I agree.
100% agree, and that's a good comment. Yeah. Totally.
Looks like Chris. He also trained the sneaky ogre. Ah, yes, the Clan Eshin ogre man-eater who appears in the trailer and is hysterical. He is amazing. I love the Eshin ogre. Elijah Snow. Sneak is an ambassador. He's power broke. Yep.
Agreed with you entirely.
Oh, Darius, here we go. Do brood mothers have any other roles? Not that's been
precious little as far as the rules are concerned.
Yeah. Brood mothers and rat mothers, which you could argue are the same thing, are very barely explored. The only time they've generally really been looked at was the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition Children of the Horned Rat Bestiary. And it's pretty simple. It kind of just gets to it and goes. They occasionally pop up in Black Library books, but only at like a very far distance. You never really get to interact with them, which is a shame. Hopefully we see more of them at one point.
Particularly for a species that is so intrinsically linked to the horned rat. The idea that these individuals wouldn't be as intrinsically linked to what is the divine source of their entire character and culture is, I think, underserving something that could be super fun to have a bit more detail about.
All right, next up, seat number 3.
Are we up to the third already? So that'll be Warlord Cratch, won't it? Let me just check. It's Warlord Cratch Doomclaw of Clan Rictus. We're now moving into one of the big Warlord clans. All right, everybody, let's see what we think of this one.
Yes, so Cratch Doomclaw, who is the Lord of Crookback Peak, is a pretty nasty piece of work. As you may guess from his name, Crash Doomclaw does not have a left arm. Instead, he's got a big mechanical apparatus of doom. That's a big mecha thing that he very likely got from Clan Scryer after his original left arm, something happened to it, though we don't know exactly what. But Crash Doomclaw is a big-time warlord. He is a very, very, very nasty fighter, and is kind of the thing that's quite interesting about him is that this, beyond the big mechanical apparatus, the Cratch became very famous individually because right before the great ritual, the great summoning that summoned the horned rat and all the stuff happened with the Council of 13, his really big claim to fame was that he took over Crookback Peak by force. That Clan Rictus, with him behind it, surged into Crookback Peak and took it, which you may go, well, why is that such a big deal? Crookback Peak or Crookback Mountain is one of the most important fucking places in the world for the Skaven, because as we talked about earlier when we were talking about Clan Varric, it is that funnel between the east and the west. If you want to go to the Darklands and to the far east, so you know the Mountains of Morn, Grand Cathay, and Koresh, all that wonderful stuff that's over there, you have to go through Crookback Peak unless you're going to risk a very difficult overground journey, or you're going to risk a even probably more expensive in tolls and taxes, paying off Clan Scurvy to take things by boat. And so because of that, taking over Crookback Peak made him insanely wealthy. And you could probably argue that that's probably where his arm got ripped off, was during the nasty scuffle to take it from the prior clans that had controlled it before. Now, Clan Rictus is often touted as the most wealthy of the warlord clans because they control Crookback Peak or Crookback Mountain, and they dump insane amounts of numbers of their wealth into producing storm vermin because they got the money to outfit them. So Clan Rictus is often said nowadays to have the largest amount of storm vermin of all the clans. If people need storm vermin, a lot of the time they're going to be hiring from Rictus. And the big thing that's also very important is that Rictus and Clan Morse, who we'll talk about very, very soon, hate each other. They have a deep, deep rivalry. And Cratch Doomclaw and Warlord Nodwell in particular fucking hate each other and have hated each other for over 200 years. And there are notes of them constantly trying to mess with one another, stealing contracts from each other. But often when you have really big warrior movements in Skavendom, if you're hiring storm vermin or you're hiring clan rats, a lot of the time they're going to come from either Rictus or Morse. And Rictus tends to do a bit better because they have more.
Yeah. So Clan Rictus, and obviously its leader, who sits on the Lord of Decay position in the Council of 13, is exceedingly powerful because it holds an enormously important political position sitting between East and West. It is, however, arguably not the most powerful of the warlord clans overall, but it does have a stupendous number of storm vermin. Blackford storm vermin from edge to edge, protecting their holdings in the Crookback Mountain. And the death vermin in particular, their elite, are renowned for their enormous victories. We don't have a great deal of detail about him, as is often the case, beyond his big, huge mechanical arm and the fact that he very well was responsible for taking the place for the Council of 13 back in the day. If that's the case, he's probably one of the oldest members of the Council of 13, which is not often talked about in terms of overall age, because Crookback Mountain fell to the Skaven a long, long time ago. It was a long time ago when it fell to this clan. Clan Rictus has held this position for a long time now. We don't have a specific date, but it's...
Well, so, okay, I just want to do a small correction of that.
Yes?
Cratch. So Cratch is noted to have taken it from another Skaven clan. Because he took it right before he ascended to the... right before he...
Right before?
Yeah, right before.
Yeah. It was right before. Okay, so he's not as old as I was saying then. Ignore that nonsense. I did not know that. I was certain he was older. Good to know, though. I'm thrown. What was I going to say?
Yes. That's from some notes from I think it's either the 4th edition book or a.
Oh, did that get added in the 4th edition? Did it?
It's either that or it's from a sidebar in one of the End Times books.
I don't remember in the End Times books. It wasn't in the Heraldry book either. As I recall.
I'll just Google real quick.
Go check that one up because I wouldn't mind knowing where that came from because I definitely missed it. But he may have been de-aged by 4th edition. It's very possibly the case because it will have come after I did. I'll probably been in the Horned Rat book, the Companion, I guess. Because I've still not read the companion. Anyway, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter in the slightest. What we've got is our first pure warlord clan.
Got it? So yeah, it's brought up in Guy Haley's Rise of the Horned Rat book.
There we go.
It's brought up while the Council of 13 are yelling at each other and stuff.
Good to know. So he's relatively young in the great scheme of things.
That appears to be the case.
Interesting. Okay, well, if that's the case, Guy, oh man, I'd bring that up with him. I last met him at Bugman's when we were down there. Okay, that being the case, I will retract on all of that then and stand corrected and say that we have a published source which says he's younger, which means that he's probably only around about, 250? Maybe even younger than that.
Yeah, what I find interesting about it is when we get into Clan Moors, I think it actually makes for a really interesting difference between Rictus and Moors, of Moors being like this really old, well-established clan, which we'll get into, and Rictus being kind of like a recent ascension.
And so we've got ourselves an arrogant youth instead, because one of his core character traits is his arrogance anyway, particularly given how much that he's done. So I think that would work really well too. Okay, so we've got ourselves arrogant warlord Cratch then. And in terms of where you place him, consider the following. It's our first real proper massive warlord clan. This is a big one. And it holds the linchpin between East and West. But it doesn't hold the great parts of the old world. It's got members of Rictus pretty much everywhere, but its core component is over in the Darklands. And it is, to a degree, removed from Skavendom as a whole. But it is, by that isolation, also far stronger because of it, because it hasn't got as many enemies sitting around it. So, yeah, it's a fun in-betweenie. I think it's... I don't think we have many other details there. I'm still slightly thrown that the age isn't what I expected.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look into that more later, but I do like it. But I do want to look
it's just
into
not
that
what I thought was the case. I'm quite happy to be corrected. Thanks very much.
Yeah, and the big thing with Rictus takeaway, he's major control of one of the most important trade routes in all Skavendom, and he is literally like the mass producer of storm vermin, much to the big annoyance of Clan we're going to talk about in a minute.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best storm vermin. The best storm vermin would be probably Clan Scab, but he definitely has the most, and they are well trained. So yeah, he's an important military figure. Which, interestingly, he's placed in terms of the overall Council of 13 above the overall Warlord. But do you think that means that he sits above the overall Warlord in terms of overall power as well? Do you think it's an A, B, C, or even an S, if you think it's S tier? Because I think we should probably S tier from this point onwards, because none of them are Ds. From this point onwards, not a single one will be a D. Cratch Doomclaw, where do you think Cratch sits?
Yes. Okay. That's and
one of the richest of the clans.
Yeah, he is Mr. Moneybags.
Mr. Moneybags. That might sway your view,
but close.
Yeah. Not one of the great clans, so pretty much they dominate the area they're in, but don't have loads of smaller clans swearing to them, although they probably have a few. But yeah, not one of the great clans, so to speak.
Let's get caught here. Elijah, as a side note, the stats I put together for my game are more informed by your version of Emmanuel than the C7 ones. I use a lot of talents as well. That's great.
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff, Elijah. And you're absolutely spot on. The only reason my Council of 13 member would have crazy stats is because they're properly crazy characters. So, yes, I think Emmanuel is a good example. But Emmanuel, in that example, is quite young in comparison to what she'll be come the end times. Where her character would be significantly more developed. But even at that point, she's got like charm about 120 or something like that, as I recall.
Elemental exposure, anti-Nurgle bubble money for our... Are you saying we need to put Andy in a bubble?
Yeah, we kind of do. It's fair. I put my hands up. I mean, I'm still, just for those of you out there who might be interested, I'm still actually really quite ill, but I'm pretending that I'm not.
Well, I'm glad that you're willing to put up with joining us here.
Always.
Like that. All right, get your votes in. YouTube, y'all have got another about, well, okay, I've got a Twitch timer going, but you got like a minute and a half. So you better vote.
Cool.
The vote on YouTube is neck and neck between A and B.
Oh, interesting, between A and B. So, interesting. I don't know where I'm going to place this one. This is one that I have vacillated on, where when I thought he was older, it sat somewhere, but I'm not so sure now. What do I think?
Yeah, kind of almost the usurper character, which is interesting.
Taking club, but Clan Rictus has an unassailable position where it is very difficult to remove, and power brokers like mad sitting on either side as well. So quite influential. Clan
also,
Rictus is important.
If anybody cares, this is also the clan that Tretch Craventail belongs to for the 3 fans that he has. For anyone out there, though, I do love Tretch.
Important
for certain reasons. Wow, this is really
close.
Yeah, well, Twitch is in a dead tie, so Twitch will not be very helpful. YouTube, there's a 1% difference.
Wow,
and y'all,
that's close.
Yeah, y'all still have about another 30 to 40 biofoot. I'm voting B because he's not a fishman plant. How dare he? He's nowhere near the ocean.
Craventail. That's enough to put it down to a D.
Funny enough, I think the Craventail comment may have actually secured him.
Are we going to B? Is that a B?
No.
An A? An A?
A.
Oh!
By 5% and by 1 vote on Twitch, he lands in A tier. Rather
just
comfortably.
A tier. Nice.
He just barely scooted it.
Now, where would I place him? Now, first, we've got our discussion first. Clanesh. Oh, yeah, I don't think there's actually even a discussion here. But you might disagree. Do you think Claneshin is less or more powerful than Clan Rictus, or the individual lords more politically powerful?
I say if we were purely talking about the Skaven economy, I could make an argument that Clan Rictus might go above Eshin, but outside of that, no.
I think Clan Eshin is just too huge to be outweighed by Clan Rictus. It's a little bit like saying the US versus the UK. Yes, the UK stood as a bridge into Europe when it was still part of the European Union. And yes, you could say that that meant it stood between East and West, and it was one of the world's biggest economies, like 5th in the world at that point. But in no way did that mean it was ahead of the US in almost anything in terms of where it had ended up post-Empire. So I would agree with this.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because it made me laugh of like, you can have whatever reasons you want for voting. And it goes, I voted A because Doom is cool.
And it is really cool.
That's fair.
I think putting Rictus there underneath Clan Eshin is spot on. I think that is pretty much accurate. Would I put him at A or B though? That's a really tough call. And I agree with everyone out there voting. It's a tough call between them. I could argue A and B easily.
I think I would have put him B, and I think I would have put him between Paskrit and Scurvy.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's where I would have put him.
I find that the lack of political influence because of their isolation balanced out about the enormous amount of power they can gather back through taxation, through sitting there in the island in between two places. I think that increases their political and fiscal wealth, but it decreases their overall political capability. It's an interesting position. It's a hard one. I'm as torn as you are out there. I'm still half uncertain. So where are we now going to next? We've just done that. We're going to be going down to the big one, aren't we?
Yeah, the 10th seat.
Okay, so this is one that I have always felt, given where the Skaven went, is an interesting choice. Because you've watched our Skrulk stream, you'll find that Clan Pestilence fell out of favor. And they fell out of favor because they were responsible for almost bringing the Skaven down. More than once. As a group.
At least twice.
Indeed. And you could argue that their position at number 10 on the council is because of this. So at number 10, we have Arch Plague Lord Nurglich, who represents Clan Pestilence. No, let's restate that. Who represents Great Clan Pestilence. That means we are dealing with one of the great clans, much like Clan Eshin, that represent multiple clans. And all the clans of Lustria and the Southlands are pretty much underneath their domain. And good old Clan Pestilence can be found in almost all other quarters of the, not just Old World, but Warhammer world as a whole. So, what do we have to say about Nurglitch, Sotek?
Yeah, so Nurglitch, or Arch-Plague Lord Nurglitch, and to be fair, this is the seventh. Nurglitch is it is a title as much as it is a name. It's very unlikely that his original name was Nurglitch, but he gained the name Nurglitch when he took his position as the Arch-Plague Lord. Nurglitch, we have talked quite a bit about. If you go check out our Lord Scroll stream, he is a bloated mass of diseased flesh covered in boils and rotten wounds and scabs, and he's horrifying to look at. He has a literal miasma of decay and disease around him at all times, and very likely carries the weapons that were passed down from the original Nurglitch the First.
Yeah. And
he is so horrible looking that when Skroak saw him for the first time, he wept with joy and clawed his own eyes out, because Skroak is fucking insane. Which is why we love him. Now, the big things about Nurglitch, as far as what he has done during his lifetime, is that Nurglitch the Seventh took over. Yeah, he's very old.
He's old. He's probably the oldest in the Council of 13. A quick guess?
I would think Critislick is the oldest.
Maybe Critislick might be the oldest, but only might be because he wasn't.
Only might be, yeah.
But only might be. I reckon you could definitely argue otherwise.
Yeah, because there's only been 7 Nurglitches since they were founded in Lestria, which was 2,500 years ago. Yeah. That's a very long span of time to only have 7. So he's been there for a hot minute. There is note very specifically that he was responsible for the Second Skaven Civil War, or he was involved, which was when the Red Pox was unleashed in Bretonnia and inevitably backfired on the Skaven and started infecting them, and it got bad. So Nurglitch has been around for a really fucking long time.
Yeah,
he's old. But he is a big, nasty piece of work. He's very heavily involved in a lot of the plots involving the Pestilent Brotherhood, which is a gigantic conglomeration of clans that has been so big at times that it has threatened the rest of the Council of 13. Where sometimes it boils down to those who are with Pestilence versus those who are against it, but not always. Obviously, they have a lot of big fights going on in the Southlands and Lustria, so that we don't get as much focus on a lot of their major wars and the factions they're going on about. Like, me and Andy could do a whole thing about, we don't actually know what's down in the Southlands for the most part, which is kind of wild. But he is not just a terrifying sorcerer in his own right, very powerful sorcerer, and a nasty combatant who is so diseased that, being around him is very dangerous, and often probably carries the legacy of Nurglitch, which is the various Nurglitches very amusingly carry various strains of new diseases on themselves, so that if someone were to assassinate them, the vials will break and it will unleash a contagion in the room with the other Lords of Decay and kill all of them. So they try not to try and assassinate Nurglitch because it's hazardous to your health should he die. But beyond that, he is also a big-time religious leader. He is the head of a cult. One of the 2 really major ones in Skavendom being the Clan Pestilence view of the Great Horned Rat as the god of pestilence, as opposed to just the god of decay, which are 2 slightly different, but notably different interpretations of the Great Horned Rat. And he wields a significant amount of authority and loyalty, which is rather unusual outside of one other clan we'll talk about, in that many of Clan Pestilence are genuinely religiously loyal to Nurglitch and see him as a literal godhood, a speaker of their god, as opposed to just the guy at the top.
Yeah, loosely speaking, Nurglitch is our Skaven Pope. He is representative of not just Great Clan Pestilence and all the clans that are a part of Clan Pestilence. He is also the head of the great cult of the Horned Rat that worships the Horned Rat in his place as the great giver of disease. And you might go, why the hell's he called Nurglitch? Surely that means he should be tied to Nurgle. The answer is no. And I shall explain why.
Go watch our
Nurgle,
stroke stream.
Nurgle literally means disease in the Darker Tongues. And he is named basically the Lord of Disease, which means Nurglitch is just what you would call him. That's what the language means. It has nothing to do with the Chaos God per se, beyond the fact the Chaos God also claims a similar domain. And if you're wanting to determine how much power he has, we have a very different figure to the Clan Eshin example, because we have someone here who feels he has the religious imperative to rule everyone, because he thinks he's right about the Horned Rat. And this has not gone down well with almost all the other Skaven clans, who don't necessarily agree he should be leading them. And in previous versions of the Council of 13, they have come to dominate, with multiple examples of Clan Pestilence being on the council at once. And when we come to the modern era, they are not sitting to the very left or the right of the Horned Rat. You could argue because they had been standing in open rebellion to the Council of 13 so many times previously, because they are religious fanatics. And he is, to his core, a religious fanatic who believes he works and walks in the footsteps and to the order of the Horned Rat. He is convinced of his own superiority to all other Skaven. The type that when Skrulk sees him goes, holy shit, he's the one who's walking the walk and talking the talk. There is no better. He is as holy as they come. And that comes with the same self-righteousness that pure holiness can sometimes come with. He very much believes in everything that he's doing, no matter whether it's right or wrong, because he has the entirety of his own faith behind him. So that will mean that he is both a very powerful and arguably power-hungry character, but he's also someone who is prone to making enormous mistakes, much like the previous Nurglitches, who believed that they would and should rule, and have never ever managed to quite manage that. But by the gods did they get close. So we have a figure who represents what Skaven could be beyond what they currently are, and he is way down on the ranks as far as the Skaven are concerned, but in terms of his overall power, he rules pretty much Lustria and the Southlands as far as the Skaven are concerned. But don't in any way think this is more than Eshin. It's about the same. These two great clans have an enormous amount of sway. And I'm going to argue these two great clans are probably the biggest of them all, by far, in terms of sheer numbers. And one last thing to say about Nurglitch. He has a second vote.
Yeah.
And it's his.
A funny thing about Nurglitch is that he is obsessed, and understandably so, with reclaiming the power that Pestilence had at its height, which is that during the Black Plague incident, if I recall correctly, I believe Clan Pestilence effectively had 4 votes on the council. Yeah. But they lost a lot of that when the Black Plague blew up in their face. And he's been hell-bent on trying to get back to that, which you can probably gauge his success based on the fact that the Council of 13 has not changed in 200 years. Yeah. They're a lot harder to kill nowadays.
Yeah, he's a tough one. This is a tough one because there are ones who are placed higher. And as we go to those, you're going to see why they're placed higher. Yeah. Because they absolutely should be placed potentially higher. Having said that, though, it's all about little degrees, and when you just look at it on the face of it, there are an enormous number of Clan Pestilence members across the world, not just in the Southlands and over in Lustria. There's a lot.
Correctly, I think Pestilence is credited as having the most Thrall clans.
I think it's almost certain that Clan Pestilence is the biggest of all the great clans. There are going to be those who try to argue it, but I think it's a weak argument because the next 2 great clans we're about to head towards, Moulder and Scryer, they are much smaller.
Oh, yeah, they're very tiny.
They're way, way smaller. And then you've got Clan Eshin, who are bigger, and then you've got Clan Pestilence that are huge. And Clan Pestilence went to war with all the other clans. Let's just make it clear here. All of them. All of them. And they not only held their own, they were on the route to winning. So be aware that if they make a move, they could very well take them all, which is one of the reasons why they're kind of held in balance by the other clans. And yes, Clan Eshin was the one that brought that crashing to an end, and the Horned Rat himself brought that to an end.
I mean, yeah, think about that. The Grey Seers literally are such powerful wizards and, often claim to speak with the authority of the Great Horned Rat himself. And yet, despite how much they hate Pestilence, they haven't been able to get rid of him.
Yeah. You can't get rid of Clan Pestilence. It's too fucking huge, to put it bluntly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a very influential one, but is it S tier in your book? Is it A tier? Do you actually think there's perhaps less power because the rest of the clans curb it? Do you look at it and say, actually, for all I think it should be high, all the other clans, because they're constantly working against them, bring them down?
They have also nearly destroyed Skavendom more than anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. They have an enormous array of potential powers, not least of which is their enormous control over disease. But that in no way means that they are actually powerful. They might just be nothing more than the big boogeyman threat that everyone else keeps in control, and the Horned Rat himself keeps in control. They are currently sitting a good couple of places away from the Horned Rat. So does that mean he doesn't rank as high as, say, Clanician? It's your choice.
Mm-hmm. Very, very true.
Yeah,
voting time's almost up. Go vote, go vote, go vote. Make sure you vote. Voting time's almost up. Yes, it is.
Time almost up. Oh, excellent. So yeah, I'm super excited to see where you put this one. I know where I put it. It seems pretty obvious to me, but you might disagree. Let's find out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's pretty heavily weighted at the moment, but maybe they'll surprise me in the last 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that number is dropping. It's dropping fast. But,
click.
Yeah, make sure to hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote, please.
And also, huge thanks for all the votes out there, because it's your interaction with the stream that makes these ones so much fun. Because we don't control where these lie. We simply tell you the stuff what we know, which is occasionally sometimes wrong. He wasn't that old, but you're the one that decides exactly where everybody sits. Where's it going, Sotek?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. And although it was very heavily weighted one way, it started to drastically drop. But ultimately, it still ends up S tier.
Wow. Okay, so do I think Nurglitch is S tier? Freaking right he is. I'm not even going to argue this one. Sotek might take a different route.
No, I'm painfully biased. Clan Pestilence is my favorite Skaven clan.
Clan Pestilence isn't my favorite. I have no favorites. I love them all. But Clan Pestilence is the biggest threat that the Skaven have on so many fronts. Individuals within Skavendom have got a lot of power and a lot of control in what they do, but there are more converts to their way of life. There are more clans underneath their banners. There are more diseases that they control than almost any other. The fact that the other clans have had to push them down, the fact that Horned Rat himself has pushed them down the tier rating, in many respects shows just how powerful they are. I would argue the reason that they don't sit right beside the Horned Rat is because the Horned Rat himself is not entirely certain about Clan Pestilence. Clan Pestilence is an S tier threat, not just to people who aren't Skaven, but to the Skaven themselves.
Hammond, I'm not sure what tier list you're referring to, though I'm sure it's totally a reasonable one that isn't weird at all. You can send it to my DMs because I've forgotten whatever it is you're referring to. But it's time for seat number 2.
Oh, it's the big one. It's Lord Nodell. Lord Nodell of Clan Moors. Clan Moors, arguably the most powerful warlord clan. In fact, it is. For as far as most people are concerned, the most powerful warlord clan. But what else can you tell us about good old warlord Nodell?
Yeah, so I'm not saying my version is right or wrong. It's just the way I pronounce it because I'm stubborn. But I call it Nodwell, so don't get confused, people. But
Nodwell, fair enough.
You can neither way. I'm not saying either way is right. I'm just saying. So the big thing to know about Nodwell is that as far as a lot of the Council 13, when it comes to the warlord clans, he is old as fuck. Nodwell is mentioned canonically to have been in charge of Clan Moors since they took Carrick 8 Peaks, which was a really fucking long time ago at the end of the Goblin Wars.
Yep.
Like, that is... he is ancient.
Yeah, he's one of the oldest Skaven in existence. And he's a fine example of someone who's using all of those clan scryer gubbins to keep himself going.
Yes, he's very well noted to have the pack going through his veins that keeps him well in shape. Nodwell does have a really nice situation of that because Queek Headtaker got a lot of focus on various novels and stuff. Nodwell got a lot of focus, so we actually know quite a bit about him.
Yeah.
Nodwell is a immense Skaven. He's not like over swollen like Paskrit the Vatch or very likely the Brute Lord is, but he is like the ideal Skaven physically. Of that, he is a large, muscular, but not overly so. He's noted as, having a lean, healthy musculature, black-furred Skaven at the height of his prime. And Nodwell is very, very smart. He's very relaxed as far as a Skaven goes. There are notes that he tries not to talk like a Skaven. He tends to talk much more like a human. It's only when he gets like particularly agitated or excited that he kind of slips into using Skaven speak. So he doesn't use like double words and stuff like that. He reads books. He has a library. He wears like silk robes that have been brought over from the, like End and Cathay and places of Nippon. He collects artifacts. He has a big tower that overlooks the central, one of the central areas in Skaven Blight. And he is, honestly, as far as like culture goes, he is pretty undeniably the most culturally aware of the Skaven and studies the history of the Skaven and keeps track of it, which is very, very unique for him among the various Lords of Decay.
Yeah. Nodwell is... He is peak Skaven. He is old. Of that, there's no doubt. He is an Instagram Skaven. He's the one who's got, the pecs and the abs. He's the one that everyone looks at and goes, yeah, he's the perfect example of Skavendom. But it takes work because he's ancient. Truly ancient. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. He sits almost beside the Horned Rat. He also is a fine example of why the term Great Clan doesn't necessarily make the same sense that it used to. Clan Moors is immense. Clan Moors is everywhere. And I have never understood why Clan Moors is not a great clan, because it absolutely should be. I know why it isn't. It's because originally there was the clans and the warlord clans. And then Games Workshop went, those clans, they're the great clans, and forgot about the warlord clans.
Poor bastard didn't get fancy minis.
Clan Moors is enormous. It is almost certainly the largest of the warlord clans in the old world and beyond. Clan Rictus, then Clan Moors elsewhere, and a whole bunch of smaller clans. And many of those smaller clans almost certainly swear to Clan Moors. But officially, it doesn't get the title Great Clan. So if that matters to you, be aware of it. He, however, has got access to probably the biggest Skaven army. In its bluntest case. Now, you might go, surely Clan Pestilence is bigger. Yes, but it's not all an army. Surely Clan Eshin's far bigger. Yes, but it's not all an army. This is a proper army. Proper, trained, killing Skaven. They're not necessarily the best fighters, Clan Scab. They're not necessarily the most numerous in terms of the Storm Vermin. Then we're moving over to Clan Rictus, which is the other primary great clan. But in terms of the overall armies, it's Clan Moors. Clan Moors is a scary, scary clan, and one that all the other clans constantly are aware of. And although it's never really properly detailed, it very much feels like it's the one that's probably strongest in Skaven Blight.
Yeah, so there are two big things that Clan Moors is really famous for that makes them nightmarish, because as far as the other Skaven are concerned. The first is their loyalty. Clan Moors is loyal. They're clan rats, they're storm vermin.
But they're Skaven.
Yeah, but they're Skaven. Now, granted, to be clear, this is by
Skaven standard.
They are noted for being incredibly loyal to their higher-ups in the chain of command. Now, granted, remember, they have Queek Headtaker as one of their big bosses, and he is fucking bonkers. And they still have Skaven backstabbery and stuff, but as a whole, Clan Morris has a sense of loyalty to itself that makes all the other Skaven clans very nervous. Clan Pestilence, they get their loyalty through the use of disease and religion. Through Moors, it's because of good training and the fact that Nodwell surprisingly treats his underlings well. People that succeed are brought up in the ranks and treated well. You see this reflected in the stories that he participates in. He rewards success, very much so, and he takes good care of his people so long as they continue to perform well, to the point that he shields them from the actions of the other clans, no matter how powerful they might be.
And I think another important part to note about how they wage war is that they use their slaves to protect their clan rats and to protect their overall storm vermin et al. They're not just slaves who are there to die for whatever reason, or they're just slaves that don't matter. No, they're used tactically, and everything that Clan Wars does is tactical. I'd like to put one argument out why I don't think that Great Clan was ever picked up, because you have to justify it somehow, and I think that's because all of the clans that Clan Wars has conquered, of which there are many, they have literally conquered and they have destroyed. And they have said, you are no longer this clan, you are us, or alternatively, slaves. And they've enslaved them because that's how they work. I think that's the only way you can justify them not having the Great Clan moniker, as in lots of clans swearing to them. And that's that they have literally conquered. And that matches them quite well with the old style of how the Skaven are often depicted as almost a Roman legion, because they are strongly influenced in many of their design ethics and their overall aesthetic from Rome. You've got those single crests that are sitting over on their helmets. It's because Skaven Blight is obviously deep down in Tilia, and they're strongly influenced in much of their iconography with Roman ideals. And Clan Mors is, of all of the various clans, the one that is most like the Roman legion that is spreading out. But they, unlike the Roman legions, use slaves in war also. They are, good at that stuff.
So real quick, I just want to pick this up of the Predator rules talking about Skaven size. Skaven have a lot of variety. A Skaven slave is going to be kind of a smallish, 4 foot tall, 50 to 100 pound little scrap of flesh. A well-fed storm vermin is big.
Yeah, bigger than a human. Skaven, you've got to remember, are crouched down. If a Skaven uncurls its spine and stands up, they're the same height as a human. But they rarely do. They're hunched right down, which means that they don't appear to be much more than about 4 feet. Many of the undernourished clan rats and many of often the slaves are exactly that. Very light, skinny things, where the storm vermin are the opposite. They're your WWE wrestlers.
Yeah, storm vermin are going to be like 6 foot, 6'5" easy.
Yeah,
indeed. If they stand up.
And they're solid chunks of well-trained muscle over the course of however many months they've been around. Because you've got to remember that Skaven are also, in terms of species, very short-lived and very fast in terms of their overall training. The storm vermin grow fast, and they pack on muscle fast, and they often die fast. There is a very short turnaround in terms of their overall lifespans. Some Skaven who are especially well known might not be more than 4, 5, or 6 years old, because because that is the nature of Skaven. They do not last particularly long unless they are one of the Council of 13 or have somehow otherwise managed to extend their life, often by using Warpstone.
Yeah, so just some fun facts about Lord Nodwell. He did overall was the leader in general in the fall of Carrick 8 Peaks, leading to the big epic finale battle where the Skaven and the Greenskins were fighting, and the Skaven, under Nodwell's orders, collapsed the ceiling or the roof on top of the Greenskin and the Skaven, and killed them all, which allowed the Skaven Clan Moors to take Carrick 8 Peaks as their capital, which they have held on to for a long fucking time. Which says a lot about them, because it's not often easy for Skaven to hold a capital for that long, especially when Greenskins really, really want to be there. Nodwell, since, has used Carrick 8 Peaks as a training ground. He sends people there to learn how to fight, to learn how to survive in a really nasty, ugly environment, and if they succeed, he elevates them and sends them elsewhere. Some other fun notes is that despite he's once again been on the Council of 13 a long time, he got to position his choice to be the big general in charge of the Black Plague Lords. It was a warlord of Clan Moors that fought against Count Mandred Skavenslayer in the big epic finale battle, and Mandred killed him. And it caused the Skaven to go, oh shit, and panic and run in every direction, and the Skaven's armies fell apart. But Clan Moors had the reins, despite especially by that point in the war, because Pestilence was losing a lot of favor because their disease was starting to backfire. So Moors and Nodwell have been there for a really fucking long time.
Yeah, they really have. And because of slightly conflicting backgrounds, it's difficult to be certain exactly how old he is, but he's really fucking old.
Yeah,
as Skaven go, he's just
well over
really
1,000.
fucking old. Yeah, at least, and very possibly given when Karak 8 Peaks fell.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if they intended to write it that
exactly.
way.
And I don't think they did. But the way it's written is he's really old. Like Lord Skrolk looks on and goes, I wish I was that old. And we know Lord Skrolk is really old. He's really old. So be aware that
he got on that scryer juice real early.
Yeah, he got into that scryer juice probably before it was invented. So we have a bit of an anomaly with Nodwell. He doesn't make sense. Nodwell is a character who has been written in different ways by people who don't necessarily know the Warhammer lore as well as they thought they did, and thus made him by accident far older than they realized. I think he's not meant to be older than more than about 1,000, but I think he probably is, if we go strictly by the background, almost 3,000 years old. He is properly old. And if we run by the background and accept it for what he is, he's 3,000, which means that he needs more than simply Clan Scryer keeping him going. There's something else going on here. It means that Clan Moors is Nodwell. That's it. It's not a clan that Nodwell has risen up to take, and it's been a meteoric rise to power, as they often discuss with Clan Moors. No, he has always been this. Skaven have pretty much existed as long as Nodwell. He has been there almost from the beginning. He is certainly a character who deserves to be on the Council of 13. And the big, really odd one is, why wasn't he mentioned in the Council of 13 in various previous iterations of the Council of 13? And the answer is, because the writers didn't know. And that's pretty much it. So if we're going to sum this one up, Warlord Nodwell leads the biggest, most powerful of the Warlord clans. It's not one of the great clans, but I would argue that's simply because of semantic mishaps by Games Workshop. This clan is extremely important and is spread across mostly the old world down into the Southlands, butting up against the power of Clan Pestilence down there. Its center of power is bridging between, obviously, Karak 8 Peaks all the way up to Skavenblight, and it is known almost universally through Skavendom. Having said that, though, it is by far the biggest of the great clans. Pestilence, massively bigger. Eshin, massively bigger. Nodwell holds power because he is undefeated and ancient, yes. Or because he's clever, yes. Because he's cultured, yes. But is he S tier? Is he bigger than the head of the cult of Nurglich? That's certainly something for you to consider. It is very easy to big him up, but in terms of overall practical power, he was not able to hold back Clan Pestilence when Clan Pestilence made its move in multiple previous iterations, and it took outside effort to hold him back. So is he more powerful than Clan Pestilence? The obvious answer is no. But perhaps there's more to it than that, because time has moved on and Pestilence is now several tiers down from where he sits, at least one tier down. So what do you think? Are we looking at S, A, B, or C?
Yeah, the last things I'll add, for those that care, he does have a rather amusing rivalry with Cratch Doomclaw. They fucking despise each other.
Well, Warlord clans, they're never going to get on, are they?
Yeah,
and they're because they sit beside each other. It's just brilliant.
They actually have some very funny quotes of them talking to each other. They're like Mean Girls level of hate each other. It's actually quite funny. But the other thing to keep in mind is when you're thinking about how to rate him, he is a grand delegator. He's very good at delegation. Though he does have his thorns. Skarsnik and Belagar Ironhammer, very big thorns in his side in recent decades that he has not been able to dislodge. He also has a couple of issues with several other clans. But with that, it's voting time.
I'm having to think where I place him. I know where I place him now. I know where I put him. Yeah. I think I know where I place him too.
Let's see. Lord Nodwell is best dad and council member, says Queek. He actually,
Queek would say that.
amusingly,
would there be a bit of rivalry there?
yeah, there's a super funny thing where Queek, one of his novels, Queek has this hilarious dynamic where part of him really wants to kill Nodwell and take his place, but there's a part of him that genuinely likes Nodwell's affection, but the rest of him hates that part of him, which is just an amusing side. But like Nodwell does consider Queek a son, but he's also very disappointed in what Queek turned out to be, because Queek does not have that same level of intelligence. Queek is a very
mental.
Yeah, Queek is fucking insane.
He's insane, and he's just a baby.
Yeah, which Nodwell was hoping he wouldn't be like that. Unfortunately, we don't always get a say in how our progenies turn out. Hammond, send the DMs. Appreciate that. Darius Rowe, Lord Nodwell is me. Queek is my crazy ass Shawini dog. Well, now that I know what that is, I can absolutely see that.
Got you, Darius. And yeah, I can see that too.
Darius, compared to well-trained soldiers, like a great swordsman, how skilled and dangerous are storm vermin, plague monks, and gutter runners? I reread Skaven Slayer, was kind of disappointed how they perform. Are they better? So, okay, this is I'm going to say that there are different versions you'll see depending on the author that's in charge. And also when you look at like tabletop stats, will get things a little messy because you have to take a lot of things into account, including people attempting to balance the game, which is going to make things more or less powerful than they would realistically be. But the thing about Skaven is that, generally speaking, if you were down on the ground against them, they would probably be a lot scarier than you would expect based on how you might see them perform in a book or a video game. However, to be fair, the people they're going up against, like a trained great swordsman of the Empire, would also be significantly more fucking terrifying than you would expect.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of issues at hand here. Number one, how skilled and dangerous is a storm vermin? Very, in terms of what they are the biggest of the Skaven and the best trained, but that will often be much less training than a great sword soldier might have had because they're so much younger.
Yeah, like 2 years of training, 3 years of training.
And that shows in more than just their overall skill. It also shows in their overall courage. They don't have that much on an individual basis. They're happiest when there's giant packs around them. If you go one-on-one, you could probably shout at a Skaven really loud and the thing would run away. Because they get scared very easily because they're very concerned about their own lives. They're aware of just how short their lives are, and they're quite careful around everything. That being the case, storm vermin are this weird place where they are tremendously effective, but also weirdly cowardly. And also not necessarily as well trained as you might expect. Plague monks are, if anything, the opposite. They're also sort of cowardly, but they're also filled with faith and not necessarily the best trained soldiers, but they're surrounded by disease and other horrible stuff, which means you'll probably lose. The opposite's the case for the gutter runners, who are trained to the point of being a finely honed weapon. But equally, they are trained not to go toe-to-toe, hand-to-hand. They're trained to kill from behind. So their preference is not to do what everyone would expect, which would be hand-to-hand combat, which of course they're good at, but they much prefer to do it from the side. The biggest problem with the Skaven is they are cowardly. That's the big one. And that ultimately means that the best way of dealing with them is to just use big loud noises. Where did they sit?
And Lord Nodwell has landed firmly, according
Squirt
to
the Musketeer. What's it going to be?
A tier.
100% agree. Right, so where are you going to put it, Sotek, between your three possible positions? I know exactly where I think.
So, okay, I'm going to put him here, but my justification is that I feel like Clan Moors is overinflated due to that they are completely and utterly old world centric.
So, I completely agree. Clan Moors are above Clan Rictus. Of that, I have no doubt. There are more Clan Moors. And Clan Wars is constantly a thorn in the side of Clan Rictus because they're sitting bordering each other, pretty much. But they are not as big as Clan Eshin, nor as influential as Clan Eshin as a whole. Clan Eshin's power is soft, secret power, which they rarely use. But when they use, they tend to win the day. Where Clan Wars is constantly bickering, taking power. And Lord Noddle is an example of that and will often win the day with his loud voice because he is a very strong voice because of that. But that doesn't mean that he holds all the power. It just means the others let him have it as and when it's appropriate. And then Pestilence comes in or Eshin comes in. I think that's perfectly placed.
Yep. And with that, we are on to the 11th seat.
11th. That's we're over to Clan Boulders, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, we are Clan Boulders. Pack Lord of Clan Boulders. Pack Lord Verminkin. Okay, so here we have another one of our great clans. But I feel that this, of all the great clans, in fact, maybe both of the next great clans that we're going to be discussing, are arguably not as great as many claim. And that's not because they're not great clans. They are great clans. They're wonderful clans, full of influence and incredibly important. But they're not necessarily as great as in they have so many swearing to them as something like Pestilence or Eshin. So where would you place, well, not where would you place, what would you have to say, pardon me, about good old, it's Verminkin, isn't it? Yeah, it's Verminkin.
Yes.
Pack Lord Verminkin.
So Verminkin physically is by far the most interesting and kind of hilarious of the Council of 13. Verminkin, as you might expect from Molder, is insanely mutated. He is more accurately described as a spawnkin than a Skaven. He's borderline a chaos spawn. Very interestingly, Verminkin is a little mysterious because he has two heads. It has two heads. And both of Verminkin's heads have a completely independent intelligence. And it's not for sure whether Verminkin is two individuals that have mutated to have one body, or if he was one individual that mutated to have two different intelligences attached to one body. Nobody knows, which is a really fun mystery about Verminkin. But Verminkin, his two independent heads do yell at each other. They argue with each other frequently. However, they're only given one vote, which leads to interesting shenanigans upon the Council of 13 as the other council members are trying to figure out who Verminkin is actually going to vote for. But Verminkin is this grotesque, horrifically mutated mass. And the big thing about him is obviously he has experimented a lot on himself. That's something we see a lot in the upper echelons of Clan Boulder. You may be familiar with Throt the Unclean, who has mutated on himself mutated himself through experimentation extensively. Morse Guitar is very similar. He is an utter master at the art of fleshcraft, and knows how to control beasts extremely well, and is very good at keeping a very close eye and manipulating various groups. Of course, he has the Lords of Hellpit that control the various rings. And he has... The thing about Verminkin that's really interesting compared to the other Lords of Decay is where we have like Nodwell, who's good at throwing individuals or kind of bringing up individuals, testing them and seeing how they do. Verminkin is really well established for keeping a very close eye on what's going on way back in Hellpit and having a very fine ear for how things are going down in the pits, to the extent that when Squeal Gnawtooth shows up, who's a special character, who's a Skaven that he's basically the Dr. Doolittle among the Skaven, where he has like an affinity for the beast. Verminkin found out really, really fast because Squeal's not that old, and immediately elevated Squeal to one of his personal attendants. And uses Squeal in various things going on in Hellpit. Verminkin has a really tight grip on his capital that is all the way across the most of the old world. And he personally keeps track of what's going on with things like Throughout the Unclean. Now, the downside to Verminkin is we don't know a lot about him historically, as far as like, what did he create? How old is he? How long has he been on the council? A lot of that is very unknown. But when it comes to Clan Molder itself, Clan Molder, like Andy said, is kind of interesting because as far as like the overall power it wields militarily, it is simultaneously very big and hilariously small.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. This is one of the ones where Games Workshop has bizarrely contradicted itself because they've taken something that was one thing and turned it into something else. And that is, loosely, we had Clan Moulder, who was responsible for all the great mutated creatures that the Skaven deployed on battlefields. And then the upgrading, as they moved from one edition of the game into the next, to some of the clans that they knew to great clans. And these great clans became the core 4 great clans that were the biggest, most powerful, most influential of all the clans. But they never upgraded Clan Moulder to match that description. So Clan Moulder is influential purely because of its, let's say, its cornering of the market of the big mutated things. And you could argue that's the only power that they have, because they hold one area with any great strength, and that's Hell Pit. And there are thousands of Skaven settlements. Now, most of those, we are generally told, in what little descriptions we have a small amount of Clan Moulder in the area, basically peddling Clan Moulder goodies. But what we have is a lord who's really close to the Horned Rat, probably because his ideals, what he represents, is really close. But how much power does this individual actually have? And that is what you need to decide. Because what we have here is a clan that only holds really one place as its own. And that's where it does almost all of its most crazy, insane experimentations. And it then ports those out to the rest of Skavendom. There is, of course, a Clan Moulder quarter in Skavenblight. There's a Clan Moulder quarter in Under Altdorf or Under Middenheim or wherever else you wish to be. They are there, but they are not a dominant faction. They are nothing more than, loosely speaking, traders selling their stuff to the other clans, earning a lot of cash. Clan Moulder is pretty rich, but they spend that on Warpstone because they use Warpstone through the wazoo to create all the stuff that they do. They're constantly mutating and changing stuff all the time. And at the top of this is this single Lord of Decay, who is responsible for the entire direction of the clan as it stands. This is not a great warlord clan that holds multiple areas. This is not one of the great clans that is responsible for large chunks of the Warhammer world. Instead, this is a great clan that has lots of lesser clans that have basically bought in. They're like franchises who have bought in and also do Clan Moulder stuff, getting access to Clan Moulder secrets. We have another member on the Council of 13 who are one of the subclans of Clan Moulder, so that's something else to consider. They don't so much have great clans all over the place that are underneath their rule. They're more like scientists, constantly experimenting and doing crazy stuff, and they have a big army up at Hell Pit. It's not the most powerful militarily, but it most certainly has the biggest, craziest monsters. It's an odd one to call, because we have a character who is not expansive. We don't have someone who's looking to take over all the other territories around it. They've been up in Hell Pit forever and rarely moved. We don't have one that's particularly interested in taking over or controlling Skavenblight. They leave that to others. They've got their own sorcerer experimentations to go with, but they're clearly favored by the Horned Rat. The Horned Rat loves this shit.
So
Absolutely loves this shit.
I do want to add a couple little things about Verminkin. So
yes.
One of the things that Verminkin is really... So remember, I talked about he has like the double heads that are arguing and stuff. Despite this, Verminkin has one huge advantage. One thing he's really, really, really good at, which is that Verminkin by far collaborates the most with the other clans. Of that, definitely. Verminkin is noted to have gotten into meetings with Lord Sneak to create a really bizarre, really cool special breed of Eshin Rat Ogre that you see if you read the Thankful series. He also worked with Clan Pestilence to create the Great Pox Rats as a standardized creature for warlords that they sell, as well as a bunch of other like horrible rats. So like when they want to send in diseased vermin ahead of their armies to weaken the enemy, Clan Moulder plays a gigantic role in that. Clan Skarier, Lord Morskatar ended up forging a very close alliance with Verminkin leading into the end times, which created the Storm Fiends, which are horrifying creatures. They're like the apex of design as far as Skavendom is concerned. And the interesting is, in the end times in particular, we get this really cool look at Verminkin where it's revealed that he's playing Scryer and Pestilence off of each other. He's working with both of them, and they don't know that. And he's doing it really well.
I would argue of all the Council of 13, he's probably the most intelligent. Maybe because he's got 2 brains.
Probably helps.
He is a proper sorcerer scientist. He is someone who is using Warpstone to create the most unexpected and really crazy outcomes. He's not the true sorcerer scientist that we're about to move to, but he is certainly in that mold. And appropriate enough for Clan Moulder, he is willing to work with pretty much everybody. He is a pack animal. He represents a type of Skaven that clearly the very much pack-orientated horned rat, who has everybody working in packs, for all they're all looking out for themselves, respects. I'd say, interestingly, he is clearly respected by the horned rat. But that doesn't mean that he has individual power in the same way that the others do. He definitely doesn't seem to be someone who's looking to use power other than to further his own ends, which is generally to create some other stupid gribbly or to figure out how to make himself even bigger.
So I can get more goodies.
Exactly. He appears to be quite self-interested in that front, but his self-interest lies in perfecting the ultimate Skaven creation, which he himself is a part of, because he himself is a great mutated entity, probably not entirely dissimilar to a rat ogre in size. He is almost certainly not your typical Skaven. Now, where do you place him? This is really hard.
Yeah, he's very difficult to place.
Because this is a great clan, but it's not a great clan because it's militarily massive. It's a great clan because it's got lots of other clans underneath it who want its secrets and swear to it because of that. So the other holds elsewhere that are held by the lesser clans underneath Clan Moulder are not necessarily really even beholden to Clan Moulder beyond the fact that they work with them, which is one of the reasons why the other council member that's underneath Clan Moulder is also a rival. They don't always vote the same way. They don't have the same thoughts or feelings. They do things in different directions. So we have someone who doesn't necessarily have the political power, but absolutely also does have the political power because they completely corner the market in all of the big, and what better way to describe them than Skaven war machines? Because that's what they are. You might go, the actual war machines are to come, and they are with Clan Scryer. But the great, massive, mutated, mighty, mental creatures that Clan Moulder make are entirely underneath their control. Other clans make them in a variety of ways, but Clan Moulder has cornered that. And that gives it a lot of power. But is that important? Does it matter? Does that make this particular Lord of Decay more powerful than another? That's for you to decide.
Yeah, it's super tricky, especially because
it's a tricky one.
Clan Moulder is such their creatures are such an iconic staple of like every single famous Skaven army in existence.
Yeah.
Even more so, I would say, than the likes of Eshin or Pestilence. But they also are not necessarily as fundamental to like Skaven dumb as an empire.
I will give you a nice example of this in practice. Okay, the Reiksguard. Everybody knows the Reiksguard. Everybody knows the Reiksguard. There's hardly any of them, and they're only, kicking around in Reichland in the north. Barely any. The White Wolves outnumber them by literally thousands. Literally, massively outnumber them. There are thousands upon thousands of White Wolves across the old world, and there is just one tiny regiment of Reiksguard, but they are put front and center of most Empire things because they are part of what everyone thinks of when you move to the Empire army. Somewhat similarly, Clan Moulder are central to what everyone thinks of as Skaven. But does that mean that in terms of the overall Warhammer world, are they that important? Again, you to decide. The Horned Rat thinks they are. Place them almost at his side. But is that because he just simply likes them and what they represent rather than how powerful they are? Or is that, in fact, him inflating them and saying, yes, I want you close to me so that everyone knows how important you are to what I feel is important to be a Skaven? It's up to you as to where you place them. I trust the poll is up.
It is, and it's
Has it
finished,
been done?
actually.
Where does he go? I'm really interested.
And Twitch put him in S tier, but the larger chunk of the vote, though there actually wasn't quite a bit of S votes, is almost 40%. He ends up in A tier.
A tier.
And I don't know where to put him. To be honest.
This is a toughie.
That's kind
okay,
of
well, let's compare them with each in turn. So, is Clan Moulder, and importantly here, is our Lord of Decay for Clan Moulder more influential than the Lord of Decay for Clan Rictus, Doomclaw? Yeah.
I think he is, but I don't think he's going to get further than that.
I don't think he is either, because when I look at Clan Moors, he is much more effective at getting what he wants. Where
like
Clan
if
Moulder is dancing.
If Moulder had an actual empire in the north instead of it, like Hell Pit, is an unrivaled fortress that even Chaos Hordes sometimes look at it and are like, nah, fuck that.
But it's enclosed.
But
tight.
but it's So it's like, and it's full of like awful Griblies the whole way down. Mm-hmm. So, I would put him right there. I think that's a good place for him.
Yeah. So, now this may surprise many of you because we have just placed what is it's defined. In fact, Living Legend, perfect. Putting a great clan below Moors is crazy, and I disagree heavily because Clan Moors is, by its description, pretty much a great clan. The only difference is that it doesn't have all of those satellite clans underneath it, and there's a reason for that because, as we stated, it almost certainly conquers. And it claims and enslaves. But Clan Moors is big. Warlord Novel is big.
My big thing is I would say that keep in mind that what a great clan, because within the lore, the term great clan is very rarely used.
Yeah, true.
It's more of like from our world perspective, and what it is to say these are the exciting specialist units you add to your basic armies.
That's you have literally your army list. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it means. But it has picked up more of a meaning through the course of the editions, meaning that anyone who's writing about the Skaven has to take into account. But Clan Moors is, particularly given what it's done, exceedingly important. And Noddle in particular, we're talking about not the clans as a whole, because we're not rating the clans here specifically. We're talking about the Lords of Decay. I would say Clan Noddle is more powerful than Verminkin in that he does more. He gets his way more. Verminkin he plays others more, but he has to play them because he doesn't have the physical or the political might to just get what he wants. He doesn't just take it. He has to secretly do stuff with other people and play them against each other. He plays an intelligent game because he doesn't have the might game that the other clans have. So I think that is probably correct. I think.
Yep. So next up is
we're at our second last one, aren't we? Yep, we are. Is it? Are we at one? Oh, crap, we are at one.
Because we kind of did it.
It's weird to do wrong, doesn't it?
I say let's do 12 first. Let's
do 12 first so we can get the other side, because that does feel more right.
Let me do get caught up on Super Chats because we're behind a bit.
Oh, yeah, we are a little bit. Let's grab up on those.
Hammond, so Clan Moors is America. That's one way to look at it. Ricky Scotty, run flee, man thing has a stick. Unironically, yes, that happens a fair more than you'd think.
It really does. And if you can make yourself bigger and shoutier than a Skaven, often they will run.
Why is it Clan Morbin time? Ricky Scotty, Mighty Morphin Mousy Rangers. Yes.
That's Moulder, all right.
Lord. Same box. My favorite Skaven clan, Moulder. How dare you, Andy Man thing? Moulder's greatest, best inspiration for my veterinary career. God, I hope not.
My first Skaven army was a Moulder army because I focused it around what's his face? Whose name's Silly Throp. Thank you. The original Throp model, which was a skinny little thing with 3 arms and a little man catcher. And I used to have that. He ran my Rat Ogres. And I have a lot of time for Clan Moulder. My second Skaven army was an entirely Nurglich based one with Lord Skrok leading it, as I recall. But I totally understand, but I'm trying to be as fair as possible when we're discussing these, and I'm trying to pitch each one as to where it probably is rather than my preference.
Yeah, also, everyone just remember that Clan Moulder should not inspire you to veterinary unless you're thinking Pet Cemetery type veterinary. There's honestly them at the Battle of the Lonely Tower in Demons later. They were pretty scary. Them eating dead bodies, them eating a dwarf alive. I don't know what this is in reference to.
I feel like I'm missing something, and Dang it.
Battle of the Lonely Tower in Demons. I feel like that's...
What am I missing? Oh, let's skip on. Sorry, Darius.
Yeah, well,
Thank you very much for the super chat. We love you.
Demon Slayer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Skaven. The big thing about Skaven is if they're desperate, if they're hungry or cornered, they get really fucking scary because the cowardice is no longer an issue.
Yeah, indeed. And I'll go even further and say that Skaven are some of the nastiest things that you can encounter in the Warhammer world. They just are. It's just they are also rubbish. And that's part of what makes them such a good antagonist, both for writers, those who prefer to lead them in the slightly more comic angle, or for other writers who prefer to lead them in the more monstrous, horrific angle. There's lots of different ways you can take them, and they all fit with what the Skaven are as a whole.
Buffett, taking a moment to not quite meme so hard. I always look forward to you two sharing your love for the setting with the public. Oh, well, thank you. We love doing it too.
Yeah, it's super fun.
Let's see. And then... Darius, what's the biggest creature created by Molder? Generally, it's the Hell Pit Abomination. However, that being said, Molder was deeply beloved by the people behind White Dwarf and Citadel Journal because there are so many articles where they would just kit bash shit together and just have fun. And they created what are technically canonical, depending on how you look at it, creations like the Rat Hydra and like a bunch of crazy shit.
Basically, they were what was once mail order trolls' wet dream, because they could basically go, hey, all these models that we've got, put Skaven bits on them, and they could just mail order your way to 1,000 new orders. So yeah, you name it, they've probably made it. And if you went to Hell Pit, it almost certainly would have some really strange big things being worked on that very possibly are going to die under their own weight.
Yeah, 100%. Jonathan Scott, so you're saying Clan Molder is a Ponzi scheme? Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a certain amount of that. And I think if I was going to be re-updating the Skaven today, I would probably write an element of that into it, because the Skaven are constantly tricking and backstabbing and working against each other and being tricked. They're constantly being fooled. So having clans tricking and really using the other clans and taking all of their resources in effectively pyramid Ponzi schemes, I think would be very fitting for them.
Carol, I might be biased by Total War, but should the term Great Clan just be ignored at this point? Yeah, kind of probably functionally.
I think functionally it doesn't do anywhere near as much as Games Workshop has tried to make it do.
Yeah, if you understand that it's, oh, these are the auxiliary and specialists for my army, it can still be a helpful term, but outside of that, it's not.
Yeah, kind of agreed.
All right, number 12.
Okay, we're on to Morskatar.
Yes,
the Emperor of Warlocks. Oh,
indeed.
I love Morskatar. In fact, this is I'm unbiasedly going to call out, this is my favorite of them all. And that doesn't mean that they should be placed any higher. In fact, I almost certainly am going to say that they probably shouldn't be, but I nevertheless absolutely adore the true sorcery science that is Clan Scryer, and how badly certain writers have attached different versions of what a warlock engineer should be. And at the top of them all is the Lord Warlock himself, Morskatar. What do you have to say about him, Sotek?
So, Morskatar is really fun. He actually pops up in a reasonable amount of like notes, because Ike Claw tends to pop up in a lot of notes, and he often gets rambled about kind of in the background. Morskatar is, depending on, most versions agree that he is like more machine than rat at this point. He is very, very, very heavily augmented. The big things that we do know about him, he's reasonably old, even by their standards, because he's been around since at least the Second Civil War, which was the Black Plague Civil War. He's been around a good long time, because he dealt with a lot of the shit that happened during that whole set of incidents, and has been irritated about it ever since. But he, as far as his representation of on the Council of 13, I will note that the fun thing about him is that it says that he's said to be so ancient that he's replaced most of his body with machine parts. Which says a lot, because despite the fact Clan Scryer invented the long life elixir, he likely predates it, and perhaps had to use machines to get himself to the point where it was there to sustain him. Morse Guitar is, I would probably call him the most conniving person on the Council of 13. He is a scheming motherfucker that is constantly, and granted, his ultimate rival, Critislick, who we'll talk about in a little bit, would be the other most scheming son of a bitch on the Council of 13.
They all are.
Yeah, those two hate each other. And it's not kind of like the sort of funnish rivalry like with Cratch Doomclaw and Lord Nodwell. Critislick and Morse Guitar despise each other on such a fundamental level of viewing the other as like holding back and misleading Skavendom, that it is a deep, cold, bitter hatred that's been there for a very, very long time. Because the Warlock Engineers and the Grey Seers have hated each other pretty much since both groups have popped into existence. They are deep, deep, deep rivalries, and for many, many years, Clan Scryer was the only clan that was capable of going toe-to-toe with the Grey Seers, because they were the only other clan for a long time that had access to magic.
Yeah, the big thing about Morse Guitar, whom I love, Morse Guitar is unlike any of the other Skaven in the Council of 13, because Morse Guitar still considers himself the Emperor of all Skaven. As far as Morse Guitar is concerned, he is the Emperor of all Skaven. He sits literally to the side of the Horned Rat. And he does this for a reason, because he conquered Skavenblight and declared himself Emperor. He is the Emperor of Skaven. And he has claimed a place that the Horned Rat himself has accepted, giving him equal position to the Grey Seers, who are the literal mouthpieces of the Horned Rat. Just take a moment to consider exactly what he has managed to do. Now, whilst we say that, we then go, so, Clan Scryer, exactly how much do they have? Where are all their holdings? And you know what? I don't know.
They're we
everywhere.
Know. Now, there is a lot to be said of that. Their big base of operations is in Skavenblight itself. The forges of Skavenblight belong to them, which is very impressive. I mean, that is creme de la creme territory from a lot of Skavendom's perspective. And
they're hated.
Yeah, everybody fucking hates them so much.
Yeah, so much.
But he is a genius level inventor. I would say it's not a stretch that he very likely is responsible for the elixir of long life. Also, he is augmented to High Hellenback. He kind of has the hissy Darth Vader voice. He sounds like how he wants to sound, which is kind of an amusing anecdote of that. He doesn't like, oh, he's impaired and therefore has this voice. He makes himself sound scary to try and intimidate various members. He does a lot of scheming, a lot of politicking. He does a lot of backroom talks with the other Lords of Decay. Some of them enjoy it, some of them not so much, as he is constantly trying to sway their opinions. And he has the biggest schemes, by far, unrivaled. It's Lord Morse Guitar, who is obsessed with Morselib. He is fucking obsessed with it. That is his white whale, is the Chaos Moon, and has been for a really long time.
Yeah, Morse Guitar is basically what a lot of people think of as Skaven. And by that I mean, so many people, when they think of Skaven, think of all those crazy devices. They think of the big Doom Wheels. They think of the Warplock Giselles. They think of the Warp Fire Throwers, the Poisoned Wind Globes. They think of rat ogres with big, huge machines sticking out of them, not realizing most of them have come from Clan Scryer. Clan Scryer is centered, let's be blunt, in Skavenblight. That's where they started and spread out from and never left. When everyone else went on their great pilgrimages around the world, Clan Scryer stayed at home. And Clan Scryer has been beavering away with their crazy sorcery science since the very beginning. And Morse Guitar very possibly was there at the beginning. All of the great, crazy, over-the-top, blow-you-up innovations came from this clan. And there's a reason that this clan is not generally given a big hold elsewhere. It's because they pretty much hold the vast majority of their holdings in Skavenblight and all of the surrounding mountains around there. They are all deeply influenced by Clan Scryer. They are surprisingly important. They are, if anything, the Imperial line. The literal Emperor of all Skavendom claims to be from this clan, and they have an absolute monopoly on magic and technology in a way that makes the Greyseers on the outside go, no, we're the magic ones, aren't we? As they sit there with their tinkering, beavering away little objects going, yeah, no, because I'll gas you. Yeah, no, because I'll blow you up. Yeah, no, because if it's not for us, you're not going to be able to train all your slaves from one side of Skavenblight down through the tunnels to the other. They are the beating blood that keeps the Skaven Empire working. They were responsible for the black wheat that could grow anywhere. They were responsible for feeding the millions of Skaven that could not otherwise be fed. They have an absolute grip upon Skaven society, because if they say, no, I refuse, no one gets fed. Nobody gets around. The ships that the good old Clan Scurvy use no longer work because they all require the technology of Clan Scryer.
Certainly not going to have their warp lightning cannons on the ship that they use.
Because Clan Scryer, they lead and believe themselves to be leaders, so they don't view all the other clans specifically as things they shouldn't be working with. That's why you find Skaven devices from Clan Scryer with all the other clans, because they are the leaders of them all as far as they are concerned. They believe themselves better than everyone else, and they deal with them and give them their stuff because as far as they're concerned, they are furthering Skavendom as a whole, so to speak, because they believe they should lead it, regardless of what the Greyseers may say. They are, as far as they're concerned, the Skaven. And they are proper bonkers. I kind of love them.
Yeah, they are, and they are, from a global perspective, the biggest threat to the world is Clan Scryer.
Yeah, I think Clan Scryer as well is quite interesting because I'm quite convinced they have relatively strong... just because of what the other clans have, relatively strong holdings in pretty much the rest of the world too, all the way over into the east, down into the south and elsewhere, because you find their devices everywhere, which means that they are down there. Unlike Clan Molder, who actually don't hold the monopoly because they've got all their lesser clans doing stuff. Okay, dealing with rat ogres that might not have come from Clan Molder. Clan Scryer does hold the monopoly and has brought other clans underneath their sway to do their biddings for them, but it's still held with the central power.
Yeah, if you can't tell, they are canonically easily the most wealthy of the clans.
Yeah.
Like, they have the most money by far. Yeah. Hilariously so.
The most warp tokens, are the most warp stone, the most influence. It is one of those rare examples where I'm going to say they are exceedingly powerful. But the question is, are they more powerful than, say, Clan Pestilence? And that is a real question, because their power is far smaller and centralized around Skavenblight, spreading outwards like veins from that central point. Clan Pestilence is enormous. It's just enormous, as is Clan Eshin. Utterly enormous. They hold the central power, but are they more powerful than the rest of the Skaven? They say they are. They absolutely believe they are. Morskatar believes he should be leading them all as Emperor. He very much believes he is the Emperor of them all. But that doesn't mean he is. He is sitting at the right-hand side. Is it the right or the left? 1, 2. So he's sitting at the left-hand side.
Yeah, left-hand side.
Left-hand side of the Horned Rat, but he is in the number 2 position if we are numbering such things, because number 1 is who we're about to move to, who is arguably the most influential of them all. Arguably. The question when you're trying to put them between S, A, B, and C is, do you feel that this particular character is more influential than the enormity of the great Pope of all Skavendom that pretty much is Nurglitch, even though he's sitting further down in the tiers? exactly. Where do you think they sit? I presume the vote's up and they can all vote?
Yes. Yep. They are
Go
up and running.
vote! Vote on! Give us your votage.
Yeah, we had a couple more super chats come in while we're doing that. And also, Yeti, thank you very much for the gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Carol, oh wait, we already did this once. My bad. James, the Great Horned Rat is the true real machine god for the Omniscryer. Yes, yes.
Actually, I find this comment really interesting because the mechanical nature of the Skaven is utterly forgotten in general by the Horned Rat's descriptions and the demons of the Horned Rat, where they don't have mechanical monstrosities, generally speaking, coming out. They tend to be far more organically based, which I think is interesting given the amount of power that they dropped in their background into Clan Scryer. They quite literally took over Skavenblight completely and declared himself Emperor.
Something Age of Sigmar has done much better than Warhammer Fantasy is the organizing of the clans and how their like influence works. If you go read the Skaven at Age of Sigmar, it's way better organized. And especially the notable clans, it's clans Scryer, clans Eshin, and stuff like that, instead of just a singular one, which makes it more clear what you're dealing with. But like Clan Scryer is like a whole different beast in AOS as far as like how big they are, how they're like their relationship with the Horned Rat itself, and how it reflects like they believe the Horned Rat is this big mechanical monstrosity.
Indeed.
And it's really interesting.
I think that's stuff that could easily be ported over into Warhammer. Yeah. I think it probably should be, because Clan Scryer is such a dominant force inside Skavenblight that its view of what the Horned Rat is should almost certainly impact the city as a whole. And especially when they're supposed to be kind of like the OG rivals to the Grey Seers. Yeah, I know. They should be very much giving a different message. We should probably have at least a 3-pronged version, if not more, of what the Horned Rat is. And to a degree, we kind of get that when you look at the different versions for the greater demons, if you want, of the Horned Rat. And we look at the Vermin Lords and how they represent, they're pretty much pitched by clan. But the Clan Scryer example pretty much doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, because they kind of fused it with the Greyseer one, because the
weak sauce.
Yeah, it's like, it has a Doom Sphere, and it's very obviously based on the it has the same freaking rules as the whatever that's called, the throwable one by Clan Scryer, but it's also the Greyseer influenced one. You can tell by like it's some other aspects.
And I call bullshit on that. I call lack of space and thought. During End Times material, because Clan Scryer should be significantly more influential in terms of how it views the Horned Rat, given the background they've created.
Yeah, it's like the big version of the Brass Orb. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the Brass Orb.
Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sweet. All right, the vote's over.
How's the vote going?
Pretty definitively S.
Yeah, I figured it would be. I didn't want it to be because I like Morskatar so much. One of the reasons I like this character so much is because it's been so badly written. In terms of both the enormous amount of power they've pretty much focused on that character and how much it should have, and then how little influence that character has had on Skavenblight and the surrounding Skaven, and how much the general Skaven direction hasn't been directed by Clan Scryer, even though they are pretty much the emperors at the heart. And I find that fascinating. I really would like to dive into that as a writer, because I feel like there's some interesting things that we could mess around with. The question for us is, who's bigger?
Exile 1, I agree 100%. A soul grinder Vermin Lord would be very much what I would expect, and it would be sexy and horrific.
Clan Scryer is massively increased from where it was originally discussed.
Funny enough, that would be probably the one army that they could have shown me a soul grinder, and I'd go, oh yeah, that makes sense, as opposed to the demons that have it. I go, I don't know why the demons have the soul grinder in fantasy.
100%. So I trust that you've already decided that he's more important than Clan Pestilence.
My reasoning is very simple. Clan Pestilence is a horrific nightmare super force, a super giant within the Skaven. But Clan Scryer, you don't have the Skaven without Clan Scryer. You just don't.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can argue the other side and believe myself. I don't think so. I think I don't want to put Morskatar above them purely because I like him and I want to kill my darlings. And I want to say, no. Think about it realistically. Surely Clan Pestilence. But Clan Pestilence is on the outside. and Clan Scryer is the Skaven. And
Yeah,
Clan
I
Pestilence
agree 100%.
was the outside invading force that tried to take control and was pushed back by all the other clans who were effectively arguing Clan Scryer's position. I think that they are more representative of the overall Skaven power block than Clan Pestilence. Sadly.
And with that, it's time for the grand finale, the big man himself.
The Seer Lord. Slick. So we're going to the number one position. The number one position is exceedingly obvious for any of you that know your Skaven, and that is the Grey Seer position. This is something that I remember way back when, before the Grand Grey Seer of all Skavendom was put in place, that there was a lot of discussion as to how many positions the Grey Seer should take. Because at one point, say back in the time of the 4th edition of the Empire of the Skaven army list, or indeed the 6th or whatever, all these positions were not detailed. We didn't know who was on the Council of 13. We just had some names dropped here or there. 4th dropped a few, and other ones dropped a few. And there was that idea that possibly they had more than one. They don't. They have just one. And that just one is the representative of good old Seer Lord Slick, who is also, in the greater scheme of Skaven, very old.
Yeah, so Slick, the individual, before we get into the clan nonsense, which is actually going to be a bit of a thing.
It's a bit of a thing with him.
It's a bit of a thing. So Slick is, like Andy said, he's very old. We know he's at least as old as the second Civil War, so the one that revolved around the Red Pox. Or no, that would be the third one, wouldn't it? So the Black Plague. But the first time we see him ever mentioned is in 2000 of the Imperial Calendar, which is when he takes over the Grey Seer clan. He becomes the Seer Lord. So that's when he rises to the preeminent position as like the big boss, which was over 500 years ago. And he's significantly older than that because that's when he took over as the boss. That being said, before that, we have no idea where he was or who he was. But Seer Lord Slick is the most schemy little shit in the entirety of Skavendom. This is a guy who has the plots within plots within plots, constant backstabbing, constant manipulation, messing with things. And there are some sources that claim very heavily. I think it's in the Thanquol and Bone Ripper series, which is by C.L. Werner. Thanquol gives us a lot of notes about Slick because, you know, he's a Grey Seer and he's dealt with him for a long time. Where Slick is said to be well over 1,000 years old. Well
Easily.
over.
Yeah.
And that he, the thing that is unique about Slick from Thanquol's position is that he is truly terrifying because unlike most Grey Seers, Slick does not view himself or put himself above the Great Horned Rat. He is genuinely pious. Very, very pious. Which makes him a very nasty, rival to the likes of Nurglich. Physically, in the novels, he's described in really, really fun ways. He's said to have this great, horrifying set of black horns that spiral up towards the ceiling. And he has the whitest fur. He's not gray, he's white, pure white. And his physique is actually said to be pretty interesting because he's surprisingly large. He's described as being equal, like physically, he looks as large and muscular as like the most elite of storm vermin. He's not the little sniveling seer that we often see with Grey Seers. He's physically imposing. And is this ancient black-hearted ass that has been ruling over, basically in charge in many ways of the Council of 13 since the most recent one formed. Likely has been on the council since 2000 of the Imperial Calendar, and it is difficult to get past him. He is very good at manipulating the various groups against each other, and we actually don't see his authority start to really fall apart until the early 2520s, during the end times, because that's when he notably starts losing control of the council, which leads to his death in a very over-the-top fashion. But the important thing about him, insanely powerful sorcerer. I would say probably without much debate, the most powerful sorcerer in all of Skavendom, only behind like the Vermin Lords. And he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I agree. So Critislick is the core example of what we have as a Grey Seer. Now, if you don't know much about the Skaven, in its simplest forms, the Grey Seers are the priesthood of the Horned Rat. The priesthood that is ordained to represent the Horned Rat's will. They are, each of them, mages, very powerful sorcerers. Very powerful. And they have a power inside the overall Skaven Empire that is equaled only by the Council of 13. There's 169 of them at any one time, but given the nature of how these Grey Seers are brought into place, there's almost certainly far more of them in training. It's when they become a Grey Seer that they're elevated.
Yeah, the official rank.
As others die and they're replaced by others. You are not a clan of Grey Seers per se, although it's often informally referred to as the clan of Grey Seers, because you are born a Grey Seer. You are born with either white or grey fur, and you have horns. If you are not born with that, you will never be a Grey Seer. And indeed, it is said that the Horned Rat himself has placed each and every one of the Grey Seers into the different clans for different reasons. This Grey Seer, for example, Critislick, comes from one clan in particular and also rules it. Which brings a next particularly powerful point about this Grey Seer. He runs Clan Scrutin, who are the spies of the Skaven. He pretty much runs that on the side, because he was born from it, as I recall, and pretty much still runs Clan Scrutin as his own, which is also, as I recall, Thanquol's original.
So here's a funny thing.
Clan as well.
Clan Scrutin is a bit of a mess.
It's a massive mess.
It actually has a really interesting history. So back in the first time I'm aware of it, it may have been written before this, but the first time I was made aware of it growing up is in the 7th edition Skaven Army book, where it mentions that in 2000, Cyril Critislick took Clan Scrutin with him, and he left Skaven Blight due to all the infighting because the Council of 13 had kind of like fallen apart. And he took them elsewhere. And later sources would reveal that I think he mostly set them up under Marienburg.
Middenheim.
Middenheim.
Yeah, Middenheim. And Marienburg and around the north there, but Middenheim became its center.
Yeah, so really powerful clan.
As you go.
Now, here's the funny thing. As later authors came along, something that you'll see asked a lot by fans and by people working for GW is, what is the Grey Seer clan? Is it just the Grey Seer clan, or is it an actual like normal clan? And the further you go back, the answer is it's just the Grey Seer clan because of what Andy talked about earlier. But later sources, that's not what happens. Instead, Clan Scrutin gets evolved.
Kind of gets moved in.
Yeah, they evolve into the Grey Seer clan. Because
and we see really funny.
Yeah, we see this happen mainly in the Uniforms and Heraldry book, which details Clan Scrutin and reveals that, now this is where it hybridized, and then I'll talk about where it transforms later in the second. But in the hybrid form, it's revealed that Clan Scrutin is a fabulously wealthy clan that's extremely powerful, and nobody knows who's in control of it. It has a mysterious benefactor, which is, of course, Cyril Critislick. And that uniquely, among all of the clans that are known, it has white-furred storm vermin that do not have their tongues cut out. And the other Skaven don't know if they're Council Guard or not. Like, it explicitly says it's unknown whether they're Council Guard. And it's because they are the guardians of the Grey Seers, and Critislick uses them as his secretly, though.
As his personal clan.
Yeah, they're his personal clan, and he uses them to back up the Grey Seers.
100%.
Because the Grey Seers aren't supposed to have a clan, which is what makes it really fun. Now, the later sources, as you get into the end times and you get into stuff that's come out since kind of afterwards, accidentally took the final step and just flat out says Clan Scrutin is the Grey Seer clan.
It is not.
So really fun set of evolutions for anyone out there that likes the story.
But it is not in as much as, yes, it is now, because that's what they've decided, but it definitely wasn't. Clan Scruton had a very clear place. Even its name gives it quite clearly.
It was Greyseer proxy clan.
Yeah,
I say
absolutely.
that's fair.
In that the Greyseers had taken control of it. In particular, not the Greyseers, but Critislick. He had taken control of it. And I think that that's what we need to consider, regardless of which version of the background you go with. He, as in the Greyseer Critislick, not the Greyseers as a whole, controls an entire clan of Skaven, and one of the richer ones at that, and a clan that is known for having grey-coloured fur. Amongst it, Clan Scruton is known for its grey fur. And he uses that clan for a variety of different purposes. Critislick is not the most successful Skaven. I would argue that many other Skaven have done arguably more successful things, but everything that has happened within the last 500 years, you could argue, was underneath his aegis. And that includes ultimately the end times and the failure of the Skaven, which is why he ends the way that he does, because the Horned Rat's not entirely happy with how it all falls out at the end. Cut a long story short, because we can only say so many things about him, we have the head of the Greyseers. If you want an anti-pope to the pope that we just had previously with Pestilence, this is it. He is the ultimate religious figure, and he is not someone who can be underestimated for how important he is religiously. He is at the center of the most important cult to the Horned Rat that exists. He's also the most powerful sorcerer in all of the Skaven world, assuming you believe his own propaganda. But he probably is. He's blessed by the Horned Rat directly. He sits to the right hand of the Horned Rat, the right claw, if you prefer. And he is, almost without par, the most powerful Skaven in the world. And I know that that's building up something silly, but it's because he is. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have rivals who would like to take his place, but they haven't. But they haven't, and they don't. Yeah. Of course he has rivals. All Skaven do. It's what Skaven are. But I think if you were going to call out the most powerful Skaven, it's probably him. In the same way that the Grand Theogenist of Sigmar is more powerful than the Emperor, I would argue probably that the Greyseer Critislick is more powerful than any of the individual Skaven. And the Horned Rat, it appears, agrees, because not only does he rule the 169 other Greyseers, 168 others, pardon me, he also has an entire clan to do whatever he wants.
A strong one, too.
Very strong. Totally. So, what a deck.
I want to add 3 little things. 1 potential negative and 2 positives, depending on how you look at it. We do need some
more negatives here, because I want something to take him down from S if possible.
Yeah, the big negative I would say for Critislick is among the Lords of Decay, he has the biggest issue with that he's obsessed with the Council of 13. To the point that he spends literally all of his time trying to control the Council of 13, and it just doesn't work most of the time.
Oh, they're Skaven.
Yeah, they're Skaven. He wants to be the big guy in charge and like always have the ultimate authority, and he struggles big time. Because ultimately he can't control them to the level that he really wants to, and it hurts him in a lot of ways. Like the Greyseers are not as much under his thumb as they probably should be, because he's far more focused on the council than he is on the actual Greyseers.
Yeah. One other point, just to make sure I don't forget this one. In fact, I'll let you do your 2 other points, because you might be saying the point I was about to say.
Fair. The other thing I'll say is that, to be fair to him, though, he is kind of undeniably the favorite, or at least one of the favorites of the Great Horned Rat, because he does it in 2 ways. The first, more consistently, is that he speaks with the voice of the Horned Rat, and very loudly claims the Horned Rat's seat as a vote. So whatever he votes for, the Great Horned Rat votes for. So he has 2 votes, very uniquely. And you may go, oh, well, that's silly. That's obviously bullshit. Except it's kind of not, because when he does piss off the Horned Rat enough to actually get involved, the Horned Rat literally shows up and kills him.
Yep.
Yeah, so
he literally speaks with the Horned Rat's voice, because he is that pious. He's a deeply religious figure, which is something that's easy to forget, because Skaven are so conniving and backbiting and snidey and political, and they're only out for themselves. But that's what being religious is to a Skaven. He is the ultimate example of the horned rat in the world, and that includes ultimately failing, because that's what Skaven do.
The second thing I'll say about him is that the Skaven as we know them, the United Skaven that cropped up after the 2300s, never would have happened without Kritislik, because he's the one that summoned all the clans together and literally summoned a god into the material plane. Like, fucking
that's pretty bonkers.
Yeah, granted, he had 168 guys backing him up, but that was his ritual, and he pulled it off.
Yeah.
And the Greyhorn Rat went, great job, boss. Great job.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason that Kritislik is universally feared and is a legendary figure amongst the Skaven. It's because he's universally fearsome and does the acts that only legends are capable of doing. He is quite simply daft. There are few figures in the Warhammer world who could channel the amount of power he could channel if he wished to do so. And you only need to look at figures like Nagash to see what we mean, because it was Nagash that was brought down by the Council of 13. And you might go, that wasn't Kritislik. I would actually challenge that he wasn't involved with that. He will have been there and probably the only survivor, because that's exactly the sort of thing that he would do. I think he has gone toe-to-toe with Nagash when Nagash was at his peak.
I would say that...
Very distant toe-to-toe.
Yeah,
very distant.
I would be willing to agree that he was involved because if I recall correctly, the entire Gracier clan was involved.
They have problems there.
Yeah, so I would agree he was involved. I would say he was not on the council, but he was definitely involved.
Yeah, I think he was involved, exactly.
Yeah. And you probably said that, but I admittedly was only half listening because I was typing. All right. This is the final vote for tonight chat, because this stream...
did we not have the vote up? Oh, I thought it was already
up.
No,
it's going up. It's going up right now.
As you're doing this, and you're all probably hitting S, I would like to pitch a different version. It's going to be tough. And it's going to be tough. I mean, the only immediate reason not to give him S is because he's the Grey Seer and he automatically gets it, and that's unfair. So I'm just going to choose something different. Ha ha ha. Let's see what they think. And you basically meme him away from S, which is legitimately a choice that you can make if you wish to do so. But I would lay out the core of what he is. He is the top tier figure in the core religion of the Skaven. He sits at the right paw of the Horned Rat. He controls Clan Scrutin as if it's his own little toy. He sits in Skaven Blight and rules the Council of 13 like it's his, even though the Emperor of all the Skaven is on the other side, desperately trying to curtail that at every moment. He is the most powerful sorcerer that the Skaven have. Even the great sorcerer scientist of Morskatar on the other side does not quite equal the might that the Grey Seers can bring to bear, and that is noteworthy. However, it's worth noting that Clan Scryer doesn't have 169 sorcerers. It has thousands of Warplock engineers across the world. So while we're comparing power here, he has religious power centered upon him like some form of pope, but he doesn't have an entire massive clan of sorcerer scientists behind him. You could argue that the others, half the world of Clan Pestilence, are more powerful. So we're now, however, discussing degrees of S. Do we, however, think that we look down and say Clan Eshin actually has more sway? Clan Eshin, after all, brought all of it to a close, or was it him that brought it to a close? Oh, so many places. No. It's an interesting mix. I know where I think he should go. I know where I reluctantly feel he will go.
I'm glad you do, because I don't. I know what tier I want to be.
I think I can happily say he's not C or B. And if any of you are voting C or B, I think you're doing it just for laughs and giggles.
Thankful's in chat voting C.
Yeah. C. Yeah, totally. He is obviously a very powerful figure, but where do you think he sits?
Time's coming up, so I like, as I said that, a 1 C vote popped up.
C.
All right, get your votes in.
Hilarious.
Yeah, this has been fun. We'll
I've
of course
enjoyed this
talk
one.
about we'll talk about the overall placements. This ended up being a way fucking longer stream than I thought because I was like, oh, we don't have that much to talk about for like several of these guys.
Yeah. Well, you know what we're like though. Once we start, we just keep going.
All right, and he is very, very firmly S.
Yes, of course he is. Now the question is, how S is he? Now, if I'm going purely by the background, and I am not putting any of my own bias on it, he's number one. That's it. He is. The Horned Rat thinks he's number one. The Grey Seers hate him. He's at number one. Over on the other side, Morse Guitar goes, I fucking hate your number one because you're number one. He's number one. He's got an entire clan underneath his belt. All of religion is centered on him. He leads all the core rituals. All Skaven follow him. The entire council follows his will, even though they desperately don't want to, and he's constantly marshalling them around. He is number one. I desperately don't want to put him there, though. Yeah, I don't want to, but I think he is.
The thing that's hard for me is like in the same breath that I said, oh, well, Scryer is bigger than Pestilence because you just can't have the Skaven without Scryer. Like they are core to the Skaven identity. Like the Grey Seers are, I mean, they are the Horned Rat.
They are.
Period. They are, and he literally is. The Skaven would be a goofy conglomerate that is far more similar to what we understand as the Warriors of Chaos, instead of what they are, if it just wasn't for him.
You know what? The Skaven would be several factions if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, like you wouldn't have Skaven. You'd have this clan, this clan, this clan is like I'd be like, oh, they have to be separate army books.
Yeah, because they're so massively different. And indeed they are. I mean, if you're doing a proper clan Molder army, it'd be very different to a clan Scryer army, obviously. But he bound them together as the Skaven Empire. They are one faction led by the Council of 13. So as much as I don't want to do it, he has to be number one. The Horned Rat obviously takes precedent over the lot because without the Horned Rat, none of them exist. But that to me is the only obvious answer for all I desperately wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah, he's such a little asshole being up there in that spot.
He really is. But he deserves the spot because he earned it. And ultimately, he is responsible for when it all goes wrong. Because when it all goes wrong, who does the Horned Rat call out?
Yeah, to be fair, he's the one that gets murdered by the god himself.
Yeah, and I think that tells you who has the last call. Where does the buck stop? The buck stops with him, and the Horned Rat killed him. And I think there is no other fitting end for this point as to whether he should be number one than that. The Horned Rat claims it. So I think, unlike what I expected, I completely agree with your call, viewer. As you have made your step-by-step process through this has come out really well.
Yeah, the provinces of the Empire had some really hilarious and some eyebrow furrowing decisions. This one's pretty fucking solid.
This is really good. You've done a really good job of tiering these. Even the ones that I found difficult, I find myself begrudgingly accepting everything that you've called. This has become, for me, a really handy reminder of some of them because I haven't thought about any of these for quite some time. But beyond that, it's been really sort of validating because I think this speaks to exactly what the Council of 13 is like. And if you're out there thinking about building your own game using the Council of 13, take a look at this and I would use it. I would actually take a look at this and say, this is a good representation of how much power each member of the council can wield, with Clan Pestilence right up there, not in the number one spot, but note, they're also in the C spot. So they've got a bit more influence than just that little bit that Norwich has got than you might originally realize. So there is more going on here than you first realize. But I think that this is a pretty accurate breakdown. You did a good job, everyone.
Well, and it's fun to look at this and like a part of my brain's like, oh man, Scryer really below Gracier. It's like, yeah, but he's got 2 votes, which is really important.
It really is.
That is a big boost.
Really
okay, let's get through the rest of these last minute super chats and stuff, and let's get out of here. Magladroth, wacky theory about Nodwell was one of the first Skaven. He was possibly originally a human, hence his love of culture and unscaven behavior. That is a wild hip shot.
So, if I was redoing it all from scratch, I would probably do something like this for one of them. It wouldn't necessarily be Nodwell. It might be Nodwell. Nodwell would be an obvious choice. It might be Morskatar. It might be something else, but I would definitely have one of them be there at the Doom. And one that has seen the entire thing from the first bell ringing right to the last 13th ever chosen as the 13th bell rang, bringing the end of the world. Because the Skaven at their very root are about the end of the world. And having the Skaven go through the ringings of the bell 13 times, tying that through to the chimes of the Everchosen, tying that through to the rise and drop of the winds of magic. The Skaven are so intrinsically linked with this that you kind of want to have one character have seen it all from the beginning right through to the end. So I would definitely do that.
Quister Thomas, the Gracier clan has Thankful, so they're in the high position of being F and S at the same time.
I mean, you're completely right, Inquisitor Thomas.
Yeah,
in
that's
fact,
fair.
I would say all of them are in this hyper position
Yeah.
where they are Schrodingering their way between F and whatever tier they're at all times, because no Skaven is entirely reliable.
Yeah,
Quite
that's
hilarious.
super fair. Rightfully, the IRS were being audited. Honestly, a Skaven audit would probably be a horrific experience for everyone involved. So Panza, Merry Thankmas. May your feast be gluttonous and your conversations uncomfortable. Thank you for that vote of confidence for all of our American friends out there. Wibble Wolf, if there was one Skaven that you could put into the council, who would it be?
Skrulk.
Skrulk would be a really if I could have Skrulk
because of the story that you could tell with it, purely that, because Skrulk wouldn't want to be there, and the steps that it would take to get him to be there, the decisions around it, what brings Skrulk up, how hated he would be by all the others, how his own piety would be getting in the way, but his own piety would demand that he step forward. Oh, there's some great stories that could be told around that. For me, it'd probably be Skrulk.
Yeah, I am a big person of I love that Thankful finally gets on during the end times. I wish we had gotten to see more of it. He kind of gets on the council and then is just never talked about again, which is a shame. But it would have been fun to see how the council deals with that in kind of the closing couple of years. But Tanako, all the members should be S for Skaven. Yes.
I'm pretty sure they all think they're S tier.
Yep. Biofoot, I'm voting B because he's... How many times have you done that in the stream? Magladroth, Andy should voice act Thankful in a TV show. That would be fun. There'd be a lot of talking.
I've already done Thankful on LAWhammer because Thankful does appear in at least one episode.
He's so fucking scary in LAWhammer. He is
quite fun.
When I found out the rules for his staff, it was like, well, you fucking what? Is a horrifying magic item. Ricky Chapman, what is this man thing's not putting Boulder as number one bribe gift tokens to change? We would need a lot more tokens, but we appreciate your acknowledgement. We didn't have the dark horse like the moot for this stream like we did for
yes, it's true.
the provinces. To be fair though, this one also surprisingly I think ran longer. Let's start Chris. So did any of those rats make it to AOS? No. Not a single member of the Council of 13 survived
which
to AOS.
A choice.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Council of 13 in AOS also has not been pinned down. We do not know all 12 members.
And given their current push to link things from the past into the present, it wouldn't surprise me if one made it over, or maybe even two. So I would like to say personally, thank you all so much for following us through the last 4.5 hours plus discussing the various Lords of Decay of the Skaven. You could very easily have bunked out earlier and you didn't. Thank you. This Sunday, what are we doing? Is it on my channel or yours?
We're gonna check right now.
Okay, so let's go check what we're doing. It'll be on my channel. That's good because it's my birthday stream.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's my birthday stream. So
oh my
this
God,
Sunday,
man, this show
Yeah, I
is
know.
old. It's the second
It's
time we're
old,
doing
isn't
that.
it? Yeah, it's my birthday stream. So do turn up next week. What we doing? What one? Did anyone? It's super close. This vote was between ghouls by the looking of it. And did they? Were they pay? But they did the ghouls win?
According to mine, I don't.
Or is it Joseph? Or
it's your birthday, so you can decide what you want to do. It is 38% ghouls, 37% bugmen.
We're doing ghouls then.
We're doing ghouls.
How awesome's that? Didn't expect ghouls to win. We were discussing it beforehand, and it felt likely Joseph might pip them, but it looks like not. So the question is, Sotek, do we do ghouls and then Joseph Bugman the week after because it was so close, or do we do another thing? I'm cool with either choice. What would you?
I mean, you're the birthday boy. You tell me.
I want to do Joseph Bugman as well because
Oh,
Joseph
sure.
Bugman rocks. So let's do them both. So this Sunday we're doing ghouls. Do turn up because they have an interesting story. Because the Warhammer version of ghouls is quite unlike many other fantasy games, but simultaneously is also very similar. But the route that they took, I think, is definitely worth plumbing deep down into, because what happened in Nagashazar and thus happened elsewhere afterwards is definitely worth a good chat. So that's Ghouls this Sunday at 4 p.m. UK time. And is that 10 a.m. your time?
Yes.
I always forget. 10 a.m. Central American time. Other than that, I'll have a LAWhammer on the Friday, which is going to be some crazy nonsense as always.
I'm getting caught up. I'm getting caught up.
You missed the last one. Oh dear.
I'm two behind. So I got a lot of shit to get through.
Yeah, you're right. And there's some proper crazy nonsense to go through in there.
Brass keep,
brass keep or bust. There's some proper nonsense up there. Go buy Dark Deeds.
Yes, please.
Something I'm always going to say, because we want to make another game, and we're not going to make loads of other games unless we sell more of these to make it financially worthwhile. I have been offered a lot of money to work for someone freelance, which I'm not doing because I'm ill. But we want to make more games, so buy the game that we have out already. That would be lovely. It is an amazing game. If you want to know more about it, just come and ask me over in Discord.
It is very good. I'm not shilling because I don't make any money off this, just to be clear. So my opinion is genuine here of that. I enjoyed Dark Deeds so much that when a good friend, who I still love despite this, even though it will be a mark against him until the day I die, lost one of the cards, I was so incensed that instead of just being like, whatever, it's a single card, I'll live, I went out and bought a second copy, and I'm going to donate that first copy to a local shop because they can survive without one card.
Yeah. Pro bono shilling is the best type of shilling, as was indeed Mark.
It's a genuinely super fun game, and the art is gorgeous. It's really pretty art.
It is really pretty. Thanks very much, Mark, if you happen to be out there watching this, because Mark Gibbons, who did tons of Warhammer art that you love, was responsible for all the art in there, because Mark is a god.
You have a question there.
With a French translation. Oh, so Rexy, interestingly, we have had interest from a French publisher for that, but we need to have more than just the French interested in doing a translation to make it financially viable. So if you know anyone who's German or Spanish who might want a copy, get them to go and bug local publishers to get in contact with Modifius, because we are on the cusp of potentially doing foreign language versions, but as it stands, it's going to be English only, but that may change.
Yeah, so please hit up your local publishers if you speak non-English.
Yeah, absolutely not English.
So with that, we're out of here.
Indeed.
Wow, this ended up being a really fucking long stream. Thank you all for watching.
It's been a good one, though. And we'll see you next Sunday.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.